side. And I definitely did not play after stream yesterday. You don't need to worry about it. Nothing to concern yourself. And for the record, it'd be a different save. Okay. So, with that, we're checking out News Tower. For those unfamiliar with this game, it does take place in the 1930s, and the general premise of this game is you're running a news agency. In practice, the way this works, let me actually make sure I got paper supplies. I do not, so let's order that. And in practice, the way this works is we send our reporters out to gather news. So you'll see here, I've got someone who's just about to come back from investigating Admiral Albert Grand passes away. So we had some important military admiral passed away, so we had it looked into. And that news reporter brings that story back. They take it to our typesetter, and then our typesetter would then take the item there and, you know, put it on, like, they take the thing where they have the little racks, they put, like, all the letters in there, and then that gets passed on to the next person where they get it all set up. And then ultimately that would go up here to your printing presses, so that way, you know, as the pages would go through, it would stamp down, put the ink on the paper, and then you get your newspaper. But a big part of that is having your telegraphs to get the news in, like that there's something over there. And we just got this one, which is, actually, what do I need to do? I need to print one red herring for the mob, and we want to report on crime, sports, and victory. So I can go with the crime angle here, and then we can also go with the victory angle here. But this says I can choose one or the other. So what I would do here is, I actually don't, well, Regina's about to be available. That's my crime reporter. So you quickly let Regina get here, because I'm going to go with the crime angle. Because we have the district we're trying to get more subscribers in. That's what they want. We're going to target them. Our Porter. Yep, Ronald Porter. Yeah, so Ronald can do the political angle, but not the crime angle. Regina, I need you to drop... There you go. So go the crime angle. So that way I get the crime case going. So that way I have all three represented. We did get, while that was going on, we got the sports angle, and Ronald is really good with the sports. So I have Ronald start going after the sports one. So this one, there's only one here to start. We then have to make the decision of, do we want to go with the statistics, or do we want to go with the review? Now, the review, this symbol here means there is a chance that Ronald will get injured when we go this route. So let's see. Athletics win again. Back-to-back titles. Alright, and then we also have a society one here. Oh. Largest school of fish found in the Hudson River. So it looks like I have the choice of I could potentially go this route for an inspiring story, and then we could have a red herring, or we could pay a bribe, which that's the first I've seen that. So what's going on here and why we need to do a red herring is the mob reached out to us and they said, hey, there's people looking into what we're doing on the docks. Because this is the era of prohibition, so they are bringing in bootleg booze through the docks. And so they've asked us to write a story about the docks to kind of misdirect people who are investigating what's going on there. So we're trying to be a credible resource for a not credible thing. Now, with that said, we have been waiting a while. Building it bigger. Okay. I am going to want to rearrange this building, and I'm scared to start it, because I know it's going to be a huge pain. Let's grab the staircase. Alright. So not right now. We'll wait till after Sunday. I like that they're both, the R.E. Porter. Oh, I didn't even catch that. I didn't catch that both those reporters... I see. I I utterly missed the pun. Alright. So the question is, both of these are silver quality. This one risks an injury. I honestly think I'm going to take the safe bet, because poor Ronald Porter. You know. The last 2 times I've sent him, he's gotten injured. So, Athletics win again. Dominant 7-1 victory over the St. Louis Cardinals. Okay, we also have the crime one to look in. They've got a hidden bootleg location, and then we can get a statement from the police. So, gang leader arrested in major booze bust. After years of undercover operations, the kingpin has been detained, says the sheriff. Now you got the societal one. I'm going to go with the not bribe route, because I have no idea what amount of money I'd have to bribe. So instead, we're just going to go down here. I'm only on Wednesday now, and we've got till Sunday to get that. So that shouldn't be too big of a problem. I don't have to do both, do I? It's either or, right? Well, the bribe I assume we could do instantly, so we'll figure that out. Alright. So, what we'll do is after Sunday's paper, this whole system is going up a floor. The whole collective thing is going up a floor. With the intent of eventually adding a 3rd page. That'll open up all this space to rearrange things, because I think what I'm going to do from there is I think I'm going to have a telegraph room and a reporter room. So, where we just kind of have everything hodgepodge together, we're going to start organizing stuff. And now I think about it, what I actually probably want to do is I probably want to take our maintenance and all that kind of stuff and move it up here. The warehouse is fine where it is, but it seems like the typesetter and that being near the bottom is good, because they as fast as the reporters can get in here to drop that off is important. Okay, so that opened up the red herring. So as soon as Frank is free, we're going to chuck Frank on the red herring. Because the mob takes care of us, so we take care of the mob. Come on. Yeah, and this is the person that's physically carrying the newspaper, or the news up there. Largest school of fish found in the Hudson River. Largest shoaling to bring fishermen riches. We've got a crime. Both of which are red herrings. So one is economy and one is crime. Right now, we are dealing with a district who prefers stories on crime. We're taking the crime angle. Jersey City Harbor in the spotlight. Contraband found among legal shipments. Gotcha, so I guess we're misdirecting to a different harbor. But yeah, so the cycle on the game is you basically work through the week, getting your news stories, getting them all presented, getting them all ready, and then ultimately, okay, we just have a straightforward golfer wins Phoenix Open. Former amateur golfer is winner of the Phoenix Open. That's just a straight up easy story. But so the cycle is you basically do all your work about researching your stories, getting them typeset, getting them all set up, so that you can choose whether or not to print them on Sunday, and then at the end of Sunday you have to run your paper if you're going to be putting one out that week, which I don't see why you wouldn't. You'd have to have a pretty significant circumstance where just simply not running the story would be the right choice. And then at that point you start the cycle over. And once you research a story to the point where you're able to just print it, it's good for 1 week at its best. Next week, it's considered like old news, but you can still use it. And after the 3rd week, it's just gone. So you get that. Now, if a story is still being investigated, like it's still at this stage, if that story doesn't get fully investigated, it doesn't become old news until it gets finished. You know, and it's sat for a week or whatever. Alright, so we got another one in New York. We have the London Calling open. This is entertainment. Alright, so Ronald will be back soon. I probably could use another reporter. as well. Because we have missed out on, they'll have like, you know, breaking news, and you have to like send your people to deal with it immediately, if you're going to get that scoop. But so far, I've not really been able to take advantage of that because I'm a little lean on the reporters, so I don't have the extra people available to deal with it. Okay, so I'm gonna have you do this one, even though she's a little bit better. Apple vendor fills street. A fresh, healthy unemployment solution? And that's because, again, the crime and the sports and all that are selling better. So I'm going to tell them to prioritize that crime story and that sports story over the other stories. That way those continue to get, like, basically with the societal story, it means it'll be deprioritized compared to those two, since these are the ones that are going to make more sales. I'm paused. That's why nothing's moving. I also noticed the other day after stream, this number over here tells me how many different items are going to show up at all during the week. So if you reach the point that, you know, you're getting through all the things, you don't have a need for more well, sorry. You can go and choose, be like, oh, I'm on Friday, I've only got 2 stories left. Let's just jump on it. Yeah, so let's wait till Ronald is available. Ronald's our only sports reporter, and so we want to put the best on the best. That's probably not going to be done. This one's not going to be done in time for the Sunday press this week, but that's okay. It just means we can start researching it, and it means I got one in my back pocket for next week. Like I said, my plan here is the moment we finish running the Sunday paper, we're going to move all the equipment up one floor, and start getting all that set up. And then for right now, this top floor will just be the printing press. Another interesting thing about the game is it does have a fast forward button, but it's click and hold. It's not something you just push and it just starts churning away. And the reason is, one, it's a very fast forward. But also, two, there's just a lot of things in this game that are time sensitive. All right. So that was warning me that it's Sunday. So if I'm going to cover something, I need to be on it. Alright, so this will be the last story for the week. There'll be no more stories after this one, which is fine. We're going to be most of the way into Sunday before it even happens. You can order your new computer next week? Nice. Yeah, so I think the changes in organization I'm going to do is this whole machine, it's going to go up here. And then what we'll probably do is this will probably become a reporter space. I think that'll be good. Yeah, we can make this our reporter space. I can also put the storage up here most likely as well. We'll see how that fits. And then what we could do is, like, we can put the telegraphs over here, storage over there maybe, and then this will be about, like, typesetting and that kind of stuff. I think that'll work. Okay. So we got people looking into every single thing for this week. And part of it was I was worried if I moved the machine, would it forget how much paper I had and yada yada. It's probably fine. But I want to get that all set up. Because I also have 2 separate sets of the typesetters and all that. So I want to get them going. Alright, so I'm now at the point where I must print. So I need at least 1 red herring. And we need crime, sports, and victory. So all these ones down here that are grayed out, can't use them. So let's see. Looking at what we got here, I actually don't have... Oh, actually, here's a tie-in. So I can grab this one here. The Admiral Albert Grant passes away. Played a pivotal role in the Spanish-American War, so that's got society and inspiration. And the society and inspiration can tie into this red herring, so we get a bonus for them having things. So the largest school of fish found in the Hudson River. Largest shoaling to bring fish, that. So now we just want the third story here to be aligned with those in any way we can make happen. I do have a societal one down here and one up here. This one has 2 of these, so each one of those little markers gives you a little extra money, and then if they match stuff here, you get a big bonus. So by chucking you over here, that means all 3 of them are societal. We got some good bonuses on there. So that's our first page. So I've got my... Oh, I got just the red herring done. So we need to have crime, sports, and victory here. There is not a whole lot of tie-ins I can do here really well. So we can get using some old news. That'll get us all the stuff for everything but crime. And this is old news, so I will get a I'll get slightly less from that. And then what we could probably do here is have this be our main thing for the back page, with gang leader arrested in major booze bust. And then we'll just want to tie in like one more crime thing here, or one more sports thing. Yeah, because I now have all of them. So if I go with this one, I get a silver one, which is worth more. Let's do a test here, something I haven't tried before. So I put this like that. It'll tell you exactly how your sales will go. I'll get 2,800 bucks, 93,000. If I swap the position, it makes no difference. I was curious about that one because these two are getting a multiplier off each other for both being on sports, but I wasn't sure if it was important to have the multiplier one there or not. And otherwise, we're giving up these 3 articles. I do have my red herring, correct? Yeah, I got my red herring required by the mob, and we got all 3 categories covered. So, not a super lucrative newspaper this week directly, but I believe we're gonna get paid an extra 500 bucks from the mob for doing their thing. So with that, let's go ahead and get that running. That's probably fine. I was gonna say, in hindsight, I wonder if it flipped, that would have been good. Mostly ethical media. Alright. Society lives by faith and develops by science. Let's see, there's still good left in the world. He sold 93,000 newspapers for 3 cents each, making 2,805 bucks. And then the mob paid us an extra 500. We also got ourselves secured another district right here. So, love to see it. That got us influence. Shipment slid through like butter. No snoops, no problems, you're getting sharper. Oh, that's it? Okay. Yeah, so we gained a faction rating with the Mafia, but we lost a faction rating with the Mayor. And these do seem to be directly countering each other. That if I do something for the Mayor, it makes the mob angry. If I do something for the mob, it makes the Mayor angry. And it does have a thing here that if we ever reach the status of hated, that's it. I can never redeem myself with that faction, according to what this is implying. There might be things in there in the game I'm not aware of, but that does imply once I do 2 more things for the mob, we are going to open a Catholic church in Brooklyn that's actually being, backdoor running with the mob. And then the mayor will hate us. If we worked the other way around, we would get the chief of police in the Bronx, which would help the mayor's agenda, whatever that is, but then the mob would not like us anymore. So, you get the idea here. We are siding with the mob because these are much better rewards from what I've seen than these. Because it's these top 3 that are the actual good things. So, this one, we get a ability to get bigger loans at better rates. That doesn't sound that compelling to me. This one, we get a prison that reduces the chances of us being arrested. And then we have this one here where we can turn money into influence. Now, for the mob, we can go ahead and turn influence into money. We can get casino machines in our company for our employees to use to extract money from our own employees. And then we can also get a union office to basically allow our company to unionize, but, you know, the union leader's a plant, and so we'll deliberately kind of undermine the union's efforts to make it so that we get lower wages instead of higher wages for them. And then all this stuff over here we haven't been able to touch yet. My assumption is you can kind of choose to go with 2 factions. Okay, so we spent about $1,000 on our operating expenses. Regina and Frank both gained... Actually, you gained levels in 2 things. Alright, so you got a better control of that district. Now, some of the things that impressed me about this game is there's like layers upon layers upon layers in the system. So you got like this whole territory map, which if I highlight this, you can see that Jersey Beacon controls the west side, Empire Observer controls the north and east side, and then I'm kind of in the middle. But eventually I will be able to expand and start competing for territory to try and steal their subscribers and all that. So we've got the next mob job. Publisher. Polly spotted a loudmouth making noise about the family. He's leaking like a barrel of moonshine. Bring some crime stories, distractions to drown him out. Before I lose my temper and shut him up myself. Yeah, easy now, Polly. Handle it quick, publisher, or it'll be tomorrow's front page. With a toe tag. Okay, so we need to print crime stories more than anything else this coming week to get our extra influence and cash. Alright, so we got all these stories here. So what I can do is I can click on these, and I'll say this district likes economy. They're not looking for crime. The mob wants crime. We will give them crime. Yeah, so that's someone else's territory I can compete for. So what we're looking for is any of these districts we can try and move into that I don't already have position. Alright, here's one. Okay. We got some options over here. So what's looking like... That's not what I want to click on. So it's looking like is I could choose here where we want sports, crime, and alarming news. And then we can have here where I want crime, sports, and dirt. I don't think I have a strong way of getting one or the other. Yeah, I don't think I have... Yeah, and then we can just choose... That one's just sports. Yeah, so I think what we're going to do is I'm going to go for Flatbush. We're looking for alarming news. We may or may not have an opportunity to take care of that. Alright, so with that, I'm sitting on 34 influence. I have been terrible about actually using that. So if we look at our different buildings here... Sorry. This is where we actually operate. This is a bank I can get loans with if I become buddies with the mayor. If we go to the police station, I can get this, which gives me slightly better reporting on crime. We can get a coat hanger, which is just generally good. And then we get things to protect ourselves better. Crime is one of my main things. I'm going to go ahead and grab that. I've got the influence. Let's buy it. I can get a listening device. Oh, this is going to be great. And a court report desk. Wait, what? Content generate... Oh, we just make news. Okay. Alright, we're all in on crime. Then we got the Hills Museum. Apparently we can also generate sports news. I'm down. And our influence is all gone. Okay. So, with that, we're going to pause today before we get things going properly. Why is there a long load time? There we go. Okay, so before we do anything else... As I mentioned, we're moving our machine upstairs. Might not be far enough. Because we're doing some big movement, big spending. Oh, interesting. I'm not allowed to get a page module. Huh. I was really expecting to have access to that. It's grayed out, but it doesn't really tell me why. Ah. Oh, okay, so I have to wait for more to get into stock. So I guess it's one of those things that, as we do stuff, we'll get access to them. That's fine. I still want to move this all upstairs. And a big part of why we're moving it upstairs is just to give ourselves more space to work. Alright, let's get some lights in here. Okay, so we've got our printing room, and I believe I also noticed one of these that we didn't mess with this. There's actually walls that'll make things better. Oh no, I don't have access to them. I messed with a run off stream that I started with standard, and I had industrial walls, and industrial walls would dampen noise and all that. Alright, so nevertheless, we've got that room set up. I don't think we want our storage way up here, and the reason for that is our person will be carrying the boxes all the way from the ground floor up. So this height I think is fine, but all the way up here seems to be a problem. Now what I do think we'll do is we will move our, like, support stuff here. So there is that. You can move the cleaning station up here as well. The broom closet could go up there. And I think we're good with that for right now. And then we go, oh, let's also mark these off. So let's go in here. We're going to need lights for this room. And I'll worry about decor in a minute. Okay, and like I said, I think what we're going to do is up here. Let's make this the telegraph room, I think. So let's grab our telegraph people. But needless to say, there's a problem with that. And that the telegraph machines are heckin' loud. Okay, so we've got that all dampened. I don't think we need a door or anything like that yet. And we could deal with making that nice in a minute. I could see putting the... Let's actually move you down here real quick. Yes, let's go ahead and add a wall between here. I don't think it's strictly necessary. Well, I'm trying to debate whether or not how much that matters. So you got one news desk, second news desk, third news desk. I could probably fit a fourth there if I really want to. This is our entertainment news. Our crime news. That's a cosmetic poster. That's our sports. More sports. That's our lawyer down there. The lawyer can probably be another one of those ones I chuck way up out here, out of the way. They don't need to be anywhere convenient. Okay, so you're not really needed anywhere around here. We'll go ahead and put you by the, That's an interesting one. Maybe... Gotcha, so I can't dampen that enough here to, like, really get rid of the noise. Alright. So we could put the Portrait of her dad up there to boost that. Put that one over there. Oh yeah, you probably should actually have some stuff. We'll need the trash can so our people don't throw garbage all over the floor. Because they do that because they're animals. Okay, you've got all that sorted. That's a resupply desk. Okay. So with that, let's sell this wall. Cool. So we've got all that where we've got all the negatives handled for there. The printing room is just obnoxiously loud, and that's just the way it is. This wall can go away. This wall can go away. I'm gonna move this wall over here. And this is now our lawyer's room over there. So the lawyer can be in that corner. Okay. So with this said, we can go and move our typesetting over here. And this over here. And you over there. Same deal on this side. Hey, lawyer. I only need you rarely, so... How do you feel about claustrophobia? Okay, so this way, when we have people... Oh, you might need a garbage can in there. You'll probably need one down here. So curiosities, let's scooch you over here as well. Put the Brooklyn picture over here. I don't actually need this fan down here anywhere. It's fine, you can go up here. Need a trash can over there. Alright. Can I fit you right down here? Hang on. I know I'm shuffling stuff around a lot. But we had a lot of problems with our layout, and I'm trying to uncurse it a little bit. So we got security right at the front door. That hopefully, if we have stuff like mobsters come in or protesters or anything, you know, truly awful, we can very quickly handle it. Alright. So we got all that going. So, what expansions do we want to do? Because we got options here. Oh, right! We got these things. And they're expensive. We got a court reporter desk and a baseball results desk. Yeah, so we'll go for the court reporter. Gotcha. So you're gonna be the one making those. You're gonna be making your own stories. Now you got the baseball results. You're expensive. Yes, this is the actual game soundtrack. Alright, so do these help with them? They do. So then the real question is, does it make more sense to have these down here boosting these two? Or have them up there with the reporters themselves? I'm going to assume down here. Okay. Alright, so let's get the last couple things so we can get started with the day. So, we got a bunch of bonuses and all that. We got a listening machine. Oh no. Okay. You're gonna get a little bit more space to yourself, alright? I need to be spying on people. And I need to save like 600 bucks. It's finance, it's a bunch of other stuff, that's politics. We've already got the sports thing. Like, I want a bunch of those. The listening machine is the one I really want. But I think that 250 is going to push me too low. I think it fit trash cans on our desk to save some space. Yeah, no, I got that in some places. Oh, right, the trash cans. Thank you for mentioning that. I actually need to get another set of trash cans. Because I can remember where those are hidden in all this UI. Okay. Yeah, actually, most of my trash cans are under there. I don't have the trash cans up here underneath the desks like I probably should. I'll worry about consolidating that more later. The big thing right now is I only got like $35 if I need paper. Alright. So I'm saving the last $600 just in case I end up needing it. Cool. So we got 9 articles coming in on their own. Okay, so they work way slower than the others. Oh, right. I was going to rearrange the stairs. It's fine. Because I can get a lot more space if I make the stairs zigzag. So I have this one go up to here, move the restroom over, and then have that go like that. Because this right now, I'm taking like twice as much space on my stairwell that I just don't need to be. Actually, I can fix this pretty easily, I think. So what we'll do is I'm going to scoot you over for a minute, tuck you down here. So it gives me 38 back. All right, we'll wait till next one. I'm worried I'm going to mess stuff up with that. So I was going to say is what I could probably do here is when I have a little bit extra money, I can get rid of these and just have them zigzag up the middle. And if we zigzag them up the middle like that, it'll put one door here, one door there, move the reporter over to this side. Okay, so we got 2 societal ones. We'll have you jump on that. And then you can jump on this one. Now, downside is I do need crime reporting as my main thing. I do have 1 stale article here, and I got 1 over there. Ah, good. Crime. Okay. Even though you're generating a thing, I'm going to have you 2 go there. And move that article forward. So apparently, this is an interesting consideration. So it almost seems like what I'd want to do is slowly get rid of the regular reporting desks and move every one of them to these desks. Because this basically means when they're idle, I think I have a problem here. I am suspecting I might have a problem up here. Judging by the complete and utter backlog of people standing around the bathroom. So we didn't get a thing warning me about paper. So what we're going to do is, apparently, someone didn't build enough toilets for the number of people we have now. Can I fit a second sink in there? I can. Alright. So it'll handle that for right now. This automatically generates content for your newspaper, adding variety to your newspaper, taking some time off your hands. These are more desks like this one found in different categories. Explore the map to see where they are. Oh, I might have a limited number of those that I can even buy. That actually might be the limitation there. Gotcha. Oh no, it says unlimited. No, that's... Where's... Where was that at? I would have thought it would have been under here. Ah. Gotcha. Gotcha. So there's like limited numbers of them. So I can only have like one sports desk, one crime desk, that kind of thing. You know, and then the assumption would be I could get all the categories. Focus on crime, please. You do that one real fast, because I haven't been paying attention, which is a real problem. Okay. This is alarming, so we do want this one. Okay, so we're sending 2 mobsters at me. I do have security, so hopefully they do their job. And you're both already out. Is there a time of day thing? So there is up here. It's mostly, you see that just slowly fills up, that day's done. You see that fill up, that day's done. Okay, and our security chased off the mobsters. After they mildly terrorized our people. Stop screaming and get back to work. You can scream on your own time. But yeah, so you'll notice up here that these slowly fill up one by one and work their way over. So you don't really care about the individual hours. Like, they'll work overnight and everything. It's more so keeping up with everything else going on. Yeah, so you're finishing your stuff. This isn't an either or. I can do both those routes. Okay. Alright, so for you, you can jump on that. And I'm hoping that Regina here will get us some crime news soon. I will want you to prioritize this criminal one. Prioritize that. Then go here. Get on it. Yeah, so we're not doing so good this week at getting the number of articles. Yes, we got the crime report there prioritized. I got this crime report. And, like, get that one prioritized as well. Okay. Detroit River Liquidator. Okay, 56 bucks. Got us enough to bribe our way into a story. That's our first time doing a bribe. So honestly, 56 bucks for a story isn't super terrible. Especially when we have some other criteria going on. Oh, our court report is now held up because we sent our person out. Yeah, so I do think we need another reporter. Okay, you're on your way back. Come on. Because you got about 2.5 days till I gotta have all my stuff ready. There. So you can wrap up that one. Then we got you. You can take the economy angle, and that'll have that story ready. And the only articles I got left are entertainment and sports. Wasn't there one of these that qualified as alarming? Okay, we did get the alarming story done. Get priority on that story. Get priority on this story. Because we want those crime stories. Okay, so we got a sports victory. Just go do it, man. You were manning the desk, weren't you? It's fine. I need to adjust to not habitually grabbing whoever's got the highest stats. Because now I have people automatically generating news. It's going to be way better for me to just let them generate and send the other reporters to do the run. You don't care. Well, actually, you have sports in there as well. Honestly, at this stage, just let them churn. Just let them cook. There's not enough time to do all the things. Alright, so we're on Sunday. So end of day, I gotta roll the paper. Whatever we got. The big thing is I want one of each of those types and as much crime in there as we can. Okay. So we've got the sports piece. We're going to send Ronald on that, because Ronald isn't working that desk. And then we got entertainment. And then Frank can take that once Frank's back here. And that leaves only one more sports article is the only thing left for the week. And then we'll start researching. That won't get done this week. That'll be a next week thing, but I'll send John to do it. Even though John's the one who works that desk. Keep them free as much as we can. I'm actually leaning in my head more and more that we will have, like, this door goes here, that door goes there, and then just going back and forth up here. Alright, so we gotta do our print. So, with the stories we've got, we'll start with the fresh ones. Oh man, we got a lot of the crime ones didn't get done. Okay, so we got a crime one here. Get a crime one that's a red herring there. We got our big crime story here. Okay, so it's 3 crime stories we've got. And the only thing we're missing is some sports news. So I got 3 instances of crime. So we need less than 3 sports. So you will be a particularly good story here for sports. We got the sports results data. Can I do a tie-in with something not sports on this page? Because I've got sports and victory. I don't have another victory option. I've got sports and defeat. I don't have another defeat option. So, and then I just got a stale sports story. So I can do sports and victory. And then we're just going to toss in some random other thing because we can. Yeah, so we got all of our things covered there. And we'll do society and adventure. Okay, so looking at it, no sports here, 3 crime. You give me... I was wondering if they gave me a summary anywhere that showed me that. Now we got 2 sports here. Okay, that should satisfy all of them. We got everything for the district. I got 3. I got more sports coverage than anything else. Okay, I think we're good. So not as good of a sales week because we are... I got so many really good stories that are all just still cooking. That does mean next week, though, I've already got all that stuff set up and ready to rock and roll, which is good news. Alright. Thanks for putting this on my radar. Or has it not been invented yet? I guess it'll always be some crime to read about. So we only sold 86,000 for 2,500, but we got ourselves some more stuff with the mob. Got ourselves a new district that we didn't have before. That loudmouth's all out of breath now. That wave of crime news did good. Alright. So we increased our staffing costs a little bit, which isn't my favorite, but that's fine. We got multiple people leveled up. Okay, so we got access to the Industrial City Harbor, where I can get a big globe. That gives me extra sales things. Ooh, typesetting. A daily planner, buffs typesetting and assembling, a bulletin board, buffs typesetting, a letterpress cabinet, buffs typesetting. We can also buff assembling. And that gave us up to 6 pages we can do now. You mentioned another thing for generating news. Stock index. Okay, so it looks like I can go through the East Village, which is victory, hope, and finance, which I do have a story for each and every one of those cooking here. Let's check with the mob ones first. Are you the publisher Reggio told me about? I'm glad you found your way to this humble house. I heard about what you did for the cause. That charity is our parish's pride and calling. Publisher, don't worry about your conscience. Father Benedetto can help with that. We are all children of God. He is our only judge. Thank you, Father. Now, listen, kid. You did some good work for the people. Run some more errands, and I'll make sure you earn your spot. One of my competitors' companies is facing an incident. Publish some damaging articles, undermine their cause. Okay, so I need to print 2 Mafia stories, but they're going to pay really good money for it. So I am in. And that also means I don't need to worry about being forced to do any other categories whatsoever. So yeah, so this one, that's something I could just do. So we're going to go ahead and select that, and we should be all set. I don't have much influence right now, but yeah, if we get the Columbia desk, we can generate automatic news, and then the Industrial City Harbor sounds like I'm going to be able to massively... That's a good thing. Oh, hello there! We were just talking about the people's perception of newspapers. That's right. People like their rags a certain way, you know? The serious folk, they love to read about all that informational stuff. They have a thing for quality, variety, and depth to the news. Then there's folks who love drama, the mystery, the ultimate thrill seekers. They're all about sensationalism, hot topics, flashy photos, tasty headlines. Golly, it reminds me of the good old days. Now, you might think that's it, but also don't forget about the moderate folk. Being moderate is good for business. Think. Ads, consistent coverage on all topics, a few combos here and there. My point is, know your target audience, and these rags will fly off the counter. Exactly. Now, how do you become a certain type of newspaper, you ask? Pay close attention to your articles. They might contain clues at how they will be perceived. I'm sure you'll get the hang of it. Have a great week, publisher. Good luck. Learn about your reader's interest in sales. Let's see. This article can influence the perception of your newspaper. Place it in a slot with an arrow to make it contribute to the editor's perception. Oh, I see. Gotcha. So if I run articles on like the main front page or in other high value areas, it will start to make it so my audience will expect the paper to be more in line with that. Whereas if I have an article that I want to run, but I don't really want to change my audience, then we can use like these secondary pages. And I imagine as you get to like your third and fourth pages, you'll have more stuff that doesn't change people's perceptions. What's this? Print enough times in a row on the same side to unlock these boxes. Print enough times in a row on the same side. Oh. Nudges perception left, informational. Nudges perception right, sensational. I see. Okay, so it's not like I turn my thing to being more crime-based or more whatever. Whether it's like more on the informative or more on the emotional targeting. Print enough times and same side you'll unlock these boxes. Each box reveals interests of your readers aligned with that side. Play into these interests to gain extra sales. The longer you print the same side in a row, the more interests will be revealed over time. However, printing on a different side will set you back one edition. Weighing your options and deciding whether switching your newspaper's identity is worth it is a skill honed by the finest publishers. Gotcha. So I can see at different times the game favors like, okay, maybe you need to lean more towards the sensational side versus maybe you need to lean more towards the informational side. Okay. I do need to, before I forget, get paper. The chalkboard. This represents your reader's perception of your current newspaper. It moves around depending on the arrows on certain articles you place. This week, you can decide what kind of newspaper you want to be. Don't worry, you can always change public perception later. It's what's the mobs for. Only articles placed within the slots marked with arrows count towards the perception of your newspaper. They're found on the front page and on every large spot. Place your articles strategically. Okay. Gotcha. So I have 1,200 bucks to work with. I already ordered my stuff there. So we can go down to... We have a couple things we can do. One is I think I'm going to get another reporting desk. Yeah, it's fine. Right now, I'll get one more reporting desk. Ooh. Natural Timekeeper, while reporting, speeds up all reports that are reporting on the same item. Breatharian, lives without nutrition or toilet visits. Unaffected by darkness. And then just boring. Literally doesn't need to eat, or use the bathroom. Honestly, I wouldn't necessarily want that in a reporter, but on the production side, I could see that being extremely valuable. Like, on the production side, where you could have the person just sit at their desk 24/7 without ever taking a break. Oh no, that could work really well for a reporter. Because I could have a reporter who sits at this desk and never leaves it. Ever. Now granted, they do cost almost 3 times as much as another reporter. About 1.5 of a similar quality reporter, just without the trait. The unaffected by darkness doesn't bother me. I'm going to get this incredibly expensive lady. My intention is going to be get her to the finance desk when I can, and that'll be her new role here. Alright, so let's go into our other stuff here. Let's see. We won't worry about the comforts yet. It's for countering things. Here we go. Alright. So, we have the listening device. You're a finance person. There's your bookkeeping. You already got that bonus. There's your crime poster. Put the world map here. Actually, I can move that world map to bonus all of them, can't I? There we go. You all get to have a globe for those bonuses. Alright. Basically getting all the bonuses I can get to as many people as I can get them to. If I put them there, it applies to both of them. There's not room for more. Okay, so I got all the bonuses we can. I still got 350 bucks. We're gonna hold on to the rest of that. Alright. We are going to need to generate a lot of news really fast. And all my reporters are getting back from last week's last spot of news. Okay. So you have a 3 on the societal thing. And we can choose to do all of these. So you're going to take this one. Ronald is going to take this one. And Regina is going to take that one. We have 3 people going out at the same time. Alright. And for this, so we want finance, victory, and I forget the last one is. So, where are you at? Finance, and then the other ones aren't things I can target. And we do have the paper, it's just down here in the street and needs to be carried up. Alright, got our next one. It's another societal. Alright, so we got our... Yeah, and that'll be the hopeful, that's right. You grab that one. You got another financial piece. Well, this one's got crime. They'll send you out in that one. Yeah, it still feels like it could use even more reporters. Okay, we'll tell them to prioritize the financial news there. This is finance, victory, and hope. Yes, almost all of that is old news that we got going on there. Oh good, our maintenance person gained a level. Alright, so we got our crime report here. The story can influence the perception of our newspaper. Report on it to and place it strategically. Interesting. So this does make more of a consideration about, do I want to continue to go route left or sorry, not left or right leaning, informational or sensational leaning. And this one's not in or, so I can get all of it. I'm gonna have it. Oh, she can't do that one for some reason. Oh, because that's a crime report. Yeah, so she'll go pop up here and do her thing. And then I've got you can do that one. Okay, and Frank's getting back, able to start working on the finance report here. And that's going to be more informational there. I know. I literally have everyone booked up. You're just going to have to wait your turn. Come on. You just got to get upstairs, man. Where to get that one going? You can jump on that. You do entertainment. That'll be another. So it seems like we're leaning hard informational right now. Like whether I want to or not, it's just reality is we are going really hard on the informational side just because of what we're getting a hold of. We have so many people running back and forth. Hull just wants to be a mafia rank. That's where we're going. Is it going to lock you out of doing sensational later? Do we know? It says we can always go back and forth. It seems to be what happens is as you go informational, you kind of go down tiers. And then if I start doing sensational, I'll start going back up tiers and then down the other tiers. So it does seem like there is a time investment that goes into pivoting. But it does look like pivoting is an option. Alright, so this is going to be the first of the mob thing. We need 2 of those. And to review what the articles are when we get done with the titles. Like what we actually run and all that. Okay, so for you... Let's actually wait and check the other one real fast. Yeah, you can handle that one. You can handle this one. Yeah, so we're getting, like, nothing but informational. Let's see, bait and switch. There's still time to become a tabloid. I mean, we were quite literally lying in the news for a whole week last stream. The mob was like, we need you to lie. And we're like, alright. We just started lying up and down throughout the entire newspaper. Just reporting whatever crap we wanted to make up. Why are you just standing at your desk? You got work to do, sir. Oh, I think they only generate 1 free news article a week or something. Alright, so Ella's about to become available, and this will be our first mob story. Yes, it's O'Shea and Son faces embezzlement charges, missing financial logs, unveils secret slush funds. And now we've updated our headline to embezzlement charges, numbers point to larger conspiracy. We are not going nearly fast enough. This is the... Okay, so this one's a priority one. Because that's one of the mob things. You can jump on this. I'll make sure I keep one of those lines open so you potentially get the chance to spot the next mob one while there's still time. I got 5 stories left. And none of them are related to any of the preferences. Now, if you fail the, Okay, so we got our last one here. O'Shea and Sons linked to Union strife. Oh, that's an interesting one. To get the mob story, I do have to go through this. So you jump on this and get that going. So now you get to see if the mob shows up. The mob will be showing up with 3 mobsters. And your security person can only chase off 1 mobster at a time, from what I was seeing. So they'll go and trash some of her equipment and all that. So security ran off the first one. We gotta wait on that cooldown. Meanwhile, they're gonna trash some of our equipment. Okay, security ran off the last mobster. So they did break one of my typesetters. Okay, so the mobsters are out of here. Meanwhile, you start handling that. Get that out of here. Okay, and you jump on this. So that's the second mob story. So this one is also priority. Yeah, so our 2 prioritized ones are those mob stories. We'll try to get those done. I'm not sure we'll have enough time because we're already in Saturday and I gotta roll the press by Sunday night. Yeah, so the mob stories is the O'Shea Sons faces embezzlement charges. Numbers point to larger conspiracy. And then there's a separate one we get, which is O'Shea and Sons linked to Union strife paper trail uncovered in Union records. Which is interesting because that means I have both these mob stories, and one is going to be informational and the other is going to be sensational. So I could choose to see how that's going to impact the paper by choosing which one gets the better spot and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, so that one will be done in time. It's really not looking good on that second one. So it's just a matter of the fact that I didn't skip out on stuff. Potentially got us caught. Alright. You just keep reporting. Okay, so at the end of the day, I gotta roll. We can bribe to get the story. That was too much. Alright, get on it, Ronald. Okay. And it seems like you still probably want to get both the sensational and informational articles. You just kind of choose, okay, which one gets the more favorable spots and all that. How are we doing on getting these done? Okay, one of our mob stories is done. The other one's going to be shy. It needs 14 more hours, and I got maybe 8. Does mean I'm going to fall short. There is a consequence when you fall short. Nah. The consequence of this one doesn't seem that bad, though. I will have you jump on the town hall meeting. Alright. So what do we got going for us? So I did not get the second article done, so I can't satisfy the mob's desires. So whether or not we print any of them, you know, it is what it is. Okay, so looking at what we've got here, they want finance, they want victory, and they want hope. So we can choose. I've got mostly informational. I do have some sensational stuff. So, like, we can run the sensational one of fished up cold case, a macabre, or let's say, macabre find in barrel at the bottom of the bay. We have the Detroit tunnel opens. Part of me wants to lean on the sensational side, even though it looks like that's going to actually be actively harder. Okay, so with this, victory, hope, and finance. So we have finance and hope here, and it's a good story. Let's see. That's also a good story with the finance angle. It's one of the mob stories. I don't think we'll get, like, partial credit or anything like that. We can also grab this one because it ties in with both the finance and the society. So the only thing I'm missing is victory. So let's go to the second page. So for victory, which is the flex, I've got a bunch of sports stuff that has victory in it. Ooh, can I do that tie-in on this one? This is a good one here. So I could... There's no crime or gruesome there. You might just dump that in one of the other pages just as filler. Sitting here like, of course a good story. I made it up. Exactly. This is another one. Hang on. So this one will be better. This one will be better than that one by a huge margin. Because that's got the hope, that's got the finance, that's got the society, and that's got the tie-in here. Like, across the board, all of this is good news. So that's probably about as good as we're going to get that front page. We do need to satisfy this any victory ones. And my choices for victory is I've got the sports article. And I got a sports article, which apparently has victory and defeat in there, which is weird. So we'll grab you and drop you on this page. Yeah, it's just going to be a sports page of just victory, defeat, and all that. So we'll have another one on sports and defeat, and another one on sports and victory. So, big money week. Alright. So that satisfies all the needs for there. We couldn't get the second Mafia one. It's still in progress. We are 100% and solidly leaning towards informational. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, I missed that there's a thing down here that says the article's there, so I can minimize that out of the way. So now I can turn this over. Oh, okay, I see. So this one will tell me, like, hey, here's how many subscribers you're going to get, here's your ad revenue, here's all that. Then this one's like, okay, based on what we have here, you're going to have 5 articles, you know, on finance, 3 on social, and 5 on sports, because it looks like there's a blue tie, and I don't know how that works. The current perception of my newspaper is going to be on informational for this week. And that'll have to do, because I cannot satisfy the demands of the Mafia this time. I was just too slow. Oh, I was gonna read through the titles. I'll just read the titles as we go, or I won't do it. There are lies, danged lies, and statistics. Grant yourself the compassion you'd show a teammate or friend. Okay, so we did not get the agenda money, but we did have a really good sales week, and we did get ourselves another district, which got us 3,000 more subscribers. You let him walk free? That ain't just bad for business, kid. It's bad for you. Oh. Welcome to the new monthly event calendar. This calendar will trigger events based on the perception of your newspaper. Since we have reached the end of the year, we'll take a look at the calendar for next year instead. You'll always be able to preview the calendar on the next year at the end of each year. It's always great to know what's coming next. This is the lens that follows the perception pointer. Any events under this lens will happen. Don't worry, events will trigger starting next month. Some events can be quite lucrative. They might give you something to build, a juicy trait, sometimes even give you money or influence. But be careful, some events might hurt your business, for example, a chance of triggering a risk. Click on the event to show more details if you're unsure what to do. It seems we have competition. Rivaling newspapers are also perceived a certain way next week. Printing newspapers in similar perception to theirs is risky, and you'll lose sales to them. Why won't they lose sales to me? Alright. Unlocks a random event. So if I can bring my newspaper to be more in a moderate area, then we'll be good. I'm a little too informational. Or no. No, this is just a calendar for the month. Oh yeah, no, that's right. Yeah, so we want to get ourselves to be moderate by next month. So we need to be starting to push the sensational stuff. Yeah, and that means if we stay moderate in May on 1930, 1931, we'll have riots or protests. If we're extremely one way or the other in October, we'll have protests. Oh, we can also see what... Yes, that one we don't know. We can get a bonus called Informationalist. Always skews story file perception informational, but takes 50% longer if it wasn't already informational. Inverts the story file's perception if it has any. Okay. So that would mean, like, if someone was writing something about, like, the success of a school statistically, this one would mean it'd be sensationalist. And then if someone was, like, talking about, like, some fashion trend, you could make it informational. That's honestly an interesting and weird trait. And then this is the same thing where a story, they'll skew the story sensationalist, but if it wasn't, it'll take longer. Mountain of a Molehill adds quality star that doubles the reporting time on news that item contains only a single one. Okay, so it bumps up the quality but takes twice as long. Influence points, we don't know. Diplomat. Opens diplomatic route trait in the news. Harmonize. Doubles the reporting time and adds 1 quality for bronze tags. 2 stars for silver tags. Okay, so if you can land smack dab perfectly on moderate, like right smack dab in the middle at the end of 1931, all of your stories gain a full tier in quality, but they take twice as long to report. So the idea is you're taking all the time to like perfectly balance your news. Okay. And a ton of people gained levels. Alright. So we have unlocked the mayor. I heard what you did, publisher. Colluding with Reggio like that? What were you thinking? There is one thing you've got to understand. These mafia, they may laugh with you, slap your back. But the moment they take their coin, you sell more than words, you sell the city. Now, you want to fix this? Here's your chance. Stop writing about crime all the time. Focus on my politics instead. Don't worry. Don't make me regret you screw this one up. And I will sue your company off of New York's map. Okay. To achieve absolute harmony, we'll need some lies. Oh, it took away that thing. Alright, so the Mafia. One of our boys got sloppy. Name's out in the paper. Boss says he raised it before the cops come sniffing. We need you to bury the story under a mountain of nonsense. Fake leads, bag tips, you know the drill. Just fill these papers with lies. Don't come easy to you, don't they? Alright, so we need to lie. So the question is, can I do multiple? Because in theory, what I could do here is if I'm allowed to, I'm applying from the UI, I can only accept one. My assumption here is I could lie a lot about politics and just not write about crime. And I mean, you're only offering me one influence. Mayor, you gotta up your game, buddy. One influence is nothing. Okay. Gotcha. So it's one or the other. It'll bounce between them. Alright, well, we're already fully on board with the Mafia, so we're just gonna keep mobbing it up. Alright, so we got our big pile of stories, and part of the reason I'm going with this one is I can just write whatever I want about whatever I want. I just have to lie about it. Which is perfect. Okay, so let's see first if we can break into a new neighborhood easy. Ooh, okay, so Port Richmond is on one I could target. Central Park is also one we can target. Yeah, Central Park will be the harder one, so let's go ahead and go for Central Park. So I got the district we're targeting, and all that. Changing the newspaper price. You can now control the price of your newspaper. Lower price generates less money, but widens your reach widens the reach of potential events, whereas high price shortens event reach, but increases the short-term profits substantially. Try adjusting the price to see how it influences the projection. So, gotcha. So if we minimize the price, it'll widen that out to be the whole time. We also don't know what the event is. If we keep it at maximum dollar, unlocks a random object. Okay. So, I'm assuming what this is also telling me is I just need to be vaguely moderate at all to fall in there. But if we go for my maximum price, I have to be perfectly moderate. So we can adjust our price when it comes time to actually put out the newspaper. And that should allow me to influence all that. So let's go ahead. I need to buy another stack of paper. And I got ourselves another $1,800. Now, I mentioned wanting to move the stairs around to be a little less aggressive on their space usage. And it's mostly here. It's this staircase here, where I have one floor that's got two staircases. That's what I'm trying to get rid of. Because this staircase ties up there, which ties up there. Which I think we can resolve. So, what I'm going to need to start doing is reselling our staircases here and here. That staircase... Okay. So, with this, let's shift this wall over. Alright, and we'll go here and get our new staircase. Okay. Now we can do from here is we'll scooch you on over there for a moment. And then grab another staircase. Alright. So this bathroom's in a really awkward spot. I mean, it's on the floor. Yes, the bathroom's in a really awkward spot where they have to cut through the bathroom here. I could see trying to wedge the bathroom down here. Or what I could probably do is make like a little bathroom here and a little bathroom up here. Like shove all this over here, have the bathroom over there on that edge. Can I select multiple? Yeah, you can. Alright. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put one bathroom down here. Now we can go in here and change you to have the bathroom tiles. Right now I just need to move these. Honestly, I don't need these vents. Just get them out of here. I guess I lied. Did that work? Yeah, it's fine. And so I just need to get this out of the way for a minute. So we'll chuck you over there in the corner. We'll scooch you on over. We'll move you over here. Grab all of this. Select the whole thing and move it right over there. And then we will actually move this wall over here. And another toilet over there. Put you over here. The lights are all fine. I don't need this vent either. We'll go and get rid of you. Okay, and I still have 1,500 bucks, so we're doing pretty good. I need a light. We have a generator available? What the? So generator gives... Ah, I see. We're at 82% power. Right. So I see. Eventually I will overload my power. It looks like you can fit more vents over your printing press to reduce the heat. Yeah. I'm not super worried. I mean, unless we discover that fire's a problem. But I'm not super worried about that. I've just kind of accepted that that room's going to be awful, and whoever goes in there just has to live with the consequences of existing. They're pretty bad consequences. That existing thing really just a kick to the pills sometimes. Okay. And we can get the tiled wallpaper. Get you sorted out. Get you sorted out. Alright. So, we've got all that fixed. I'll dump you here. Yeah, I see. I should have been putting the vents up there. I see that now. Well, it's interesting. So there we're ending up... Huh. So I'm guessing there's something about where it goes through the stairwell. Because if you move this over here, I've got a little bit of stink downstairs. I've got a little bit of heat over there and a little bit more heat up there. But if I put this here, it weirdly fixes it for everybody. I'm not going to pretend to understand why that works that way. Meanwhile, let's try to save on the absolute criminal behavior we have going on here of people walking away from their workstations to deal with basic needs. This needs to stop. This behavior cannot be tolerated any longer. So we're going to go ahead and get rid of that plant. What I'm doing now is I'm putting a water cooler down here by my typesetters and a water cooler up here, and these two will have to walk, it's fine. I'm also noticing we need to get a little bit more decor down here to make these people not a bunch of whiny people. Oh yeah, apparently clocks are where it's at, man. So we're gonna make sure our staff is constantly staring at their clocks. Really, really lean in on making sure that they have to watch their clock all day long to know how much longer they'll be subjected to work today. We apparently have this, which is an exclusive Apple painting. Yeah, I'll put it in the middle here between you two. Temporarily gonna scooch you over. Get nice and cozy. Get a gold tier perk. Yeah, no, I saw it had like a prestige thing going on for it. So that's the reason I put it down in the reporting generation, because I'm not sure if it benefits them more or if it benefits them more. But I'm only allowed to have one of them, so I'm gambling that this is the better call. No idea which one's the reality, though. Let's see. We got all that stuff. Okay, so it can't quite fit that poster. Alright, so I still have 900 bucks. I don't think I want to bring... I mean... Okay. So we're getting really snugged in here. So you can see going one of two ways. I could get another line open. Actually, I could snug you down there. I could get another line open down here. And opening up another telegram line would open up the opportunity for having more stuff come in and handle that. Just the same as getting another reporter would also help things. Oh, not that. I want you to check this. Yeah, so we got some mild noise complaint stuff here. There we go. Okay. We got 900 bucks. Let's go for one more telegram thing. So I can go here. Oh, I can't do one more telegram thing. I see. There's a limit on how many... Alright, well, it's a reporter's desk then. It'll probably be the last reporter's desk we do for a while. Okay, so we have... Trash tolerant. Just cheap, no strings attached. Heck yeah. Welcome aboard, Mr. Cheap. And what do you report on? I didn't even look. You do... finance, society, and sports. Alright. Let's go and get you some decor for your desk, and then we'll get on with the day. You look like you could use a clock directly above your desk. Don't worry about it. Okay. There's your globe. That's crime, that's crime. There's your finance stuff. So you've already got this, so if I scooch you on over here, you'll benefit both of them. This'll work out, because then I can squeeze you in here, and boost all 3 of those desks. Trash can? Yeah, good call on a trash can. There's some gloves up there. And go down here to the trash can. Let's scoot you on under. Alright, so I think we're going to be good with that. And there's our paper we already ordered. Okay, so we need to lie, and we want finance, politics, and I believe that was harmony. Okay, and we want to get more sensational stuff. So right now, you two both kind of suck at entertainment, get on it. Meanwhile, we can go with the crime angle or this angle. Ah, come on. They locked the lie behind the other angle. Because we also need to try and move our stuff more sensational as well. I'm going to take my chances on this one, and I'm going to go for the sensational angle and try and find a lie later. Okay, and you want finance, politics, and we can't determine the last one. Just remember, employees, it's called trash can, not trash cannot. I do find it highly amusing that if you don't have a trash can, they just start hucking paper everywhere on the floor, and it's just like, come on, man. Okay, in this case, you hop on that. And we'll go for the sensational angle. Because, like, what we're trying to do is based on, I think it was over here. Now, where was that located? There was a thing where I could look at the calculator and see the upcoming events. And I genuinely don't remember where they have it. But there was a thing for upcoming events, and we saw that it was in March, that if we were in that moderate area... Oh, hey, actually, wasn't it over here? We would go to the printing thing, we'd flip to this side. Yeah, so it's showing me that there's an upcoming event here if we can land in the moderate range. Whereas we're ever so slightly leaning informational right now. So we gotta screw up our news reporting to be a little less good for a bit here. Okay, you'll do this one because you're slightly better at that, going for that sensationalist angle. Meanwhile, I'm gonna go ahead and have you go for the sensationalist angle on this one too. I keep saying I'm gonna read through these. Alright, so the articles we're currently working on. I need to remember to actually read them. I'm getting too much into the, like, hit the next button kind of thing. Versus, like, the headlines can be fun. You'll have the base headline, and then you'll choose, like, it'll be like, you know, stock market crashes. And then you can do the informational side where it's like, stock market crashes, run on the stock market has caused a crash, and yada yada. And then you'll have, like, the other one will be, like, the sensationalist one will be like, stock market crashes. You know, these people and their stuff is, you know, caused it, like, whatever. And you can have, like, different twists on it, especially, like, with the mob tie-in and all that. Okay, so we've got, General Smelter Butler accuses Mussolini. Alright. U.S. issues apology for hit-and-run remarks. Yup. So I need to print at least one lie, and I don't have any yet. We still have 5 more articles coming for the week, so we really don't have many of the articles this week. So far as opportunities. Now granted, I got this list here that is just a backlog. So we work it through those. Okay, so for this, You're honestly both just as good with finance. Let's go ahead and toss you on that. That'll ultimately be an informational one. But we can get the stories and choose not to print them if we want. I did see that, I think the last time we clicked on a building is like the IPA or whatever, that apparently we could take stories that we're not going to run and sell them for like a massive discount. Which does sound like a thing that'd be useful later for when you're trying to lean your story, your paper one way or the other. You can take all those extra stories you can't find use for and just pass them off. Okay, so if we do this story, we will face a lawsuit. So as soon as Ronald's available, Ronald's going to get us in a lawsuit. Four lawsuits filed. The senator wife sick. Mrs. Lavelle, wife of the New York senator, confined to her home with an attack of pneumonia. And we got 4 lawsuits filed against us that we have 5 days to work on. I do have a lawyer. They are going to be working very hard this week, it seems. We also have an entertainment thing. We can go ahead and jump on that. First piece, ready this week. Is this my lawsuit paperwork coming in? Yep. Just a big old pile of lawsuits. My understanding is every lawsuit I fail to deal with, ultimately... Oh, you have to stock the lawsuits? Okay. Slight adjustment to plans. Let's go in here. I'm gonna need a second person working the stocking shelf now. We've officially hit the point that I need to remember where you work. Resupply bench. Your discount, you're perfect. I need multiple people running downstairs to grab those lawsuit boxes so my lawyer gets to work right away. Okay, and we have another financial report that's sensationalist. Really doesn't matter, all 3 of these are about the same. They'll have you go deal with that, I guess. Can you pick them up yourself? Interesting. Gotcha. Okay, so I can manually toss them up here. That's an interesting mechanic. Alright. Trying to get an early peek. Alright, so Roland's gonna go in this one. So first piece, left with adequately priced feeling. You got sports one. You go look into that one. There was only 1 lie this week I can print. And I've got 1 more story possible. I don't probably have enough time to actually do it. But we only had 1 option for 1 lie for the entire week. Was it consequence if I mess up? Okay, the consequence is basically a nothing burger. Sometimes when you fail them, they'll have a negative thing. Like, we did have one where we failed it, and then the mob showed up to cause us a lot of grief. The downside is I got 4 days to deal with my lawsuit, or I will lose money. Oh, it looks like we've already got 1 done. Oh, no, we don't. Hey, lawyer, have you ever wanted a really busy time? Alright, give me that last piece. Come on. I need a lie. Give me a lie I can get all in on. Either you need to give me a lie or you need to give me a lie. Someone needs to give me a lie. That's sensationalist, which I do want, but it's not what I'm looking for right now. And that's it. Nothing else is coming through here. We got one chance to lie all week, and we missed it. Our desire to turn sensationalist to become moderate ruined our outcomes of lying to society. Our handlers with the mob are going to be disappointed in us. Go with that. Yeah, actually, definitely didn't need an artograph. I'm also under the impression if I build another one that the total number of stories count would go up as well. Yeah, so I got just this last one. We're about done. And then all our reporters get to sit around for a moment. It is what it is. So in this case, prioritize that to get done. We have politics and the harmony and all that. Yes, none of the other ones will tie into the preference right now. Ooh, I need to remember I actually need to... It's fine. We only started Sunday. So I'm honestly potentially going to have my pick of literally every single story for the week. No, I'm going to have the awful findings in a house. Yeah, that won't happen. It's fine. That'll be next week. And the court report, that's informational, so that could just sit for right now. And we'll have to see what we have to do to adjust to get whatever the bonus is next time. Because we're supposed to get an object of unknown whatever. Alright. I imagine it becomes a thing later where the volume of stuff I'm printing each week makes dealing with the paper more of an issue. Especially since I'm looking and we got our whole shipment of paper and I have an empty shelf. That all the paper was put to use. Alright, so it's print time. Okay. So right now, we are considered moderate. Oh, right, each week it'll update. Okay. Yeah, so if I land my newspaper in this spot... Okay, so each week, I see. Each week this kind of resets. These don't. I understand now, because I'm about to be like, oh man, I have to like curb my paper back. Okay, that's fine. That's actually not that bad. So we don't have any lies to print. So we have finance, politics, and I think that tag is harmony, which will be the hardest one. So I know I have this harmony here. I've got this one here as well. Alright. So, otherwise we need finance and politics. So we've got politics here. We took some risks on that one. So here's a finance one. Well, that's left-leaning. Oh, actually, we're fine. Because right now we're trying to aim anywhere in this ballpark. So those are all stale. This one gives me influence. So that might still be worth running anyways. Alright, so we definitely need to do this piece. This is a big piece here. That gives us our harmony spot. So we're currently slightly left-leaning. Or not, I keep saying left, because they depict as left and right. Informationally leaning. That doesn't really tie in with any of our readers. Well, actually, it has the harmony angle, but none of the other stuff. So I'm going to need to counter that with a little bit of sensationalism. Trying to see where we can have our tie-ins here. So it's inspirational. It's entertainment. I got 2 investigative pieces I can also run. One's stale, though. Ooh, I do not have much in the way of entertaining news right now. You're a neutral piece, so we could just chuck you there. This might be a good place to shove something. We got 2 investigative, so what are we doing? So we need politics and finance. I can use you, you're stale, but you will give me 2 multipliers. So right now, we're pretty far on that end. So we need to go pretty sensational. I'm not going to be able to bring it back from that. Let's take you off. Let's go to our second page. So I need finance and politics. So I got a politics piece here as one option. I got a finance piece here. We can still put that to use. Let's see if we can't find a better one. That's a stale one, so we probably don't want to run with that one. And this is the one that it's going to give us... Yes, that'd be a pretty bad combination, but it would land us directly middle. Yeah, so it'd land us directly middle. We won't get as much money out of that if we do it that way. But we have balanced the sensationalist with other stuff. We had 2 investigative things on here. I've got a crime investigative thing, and then I've got the mob investigative thing. Actually, I have 3 of them. But if I go that route, we have no politics. We need the politics for our readers. So this, yes, that's our... Do we have any other options for politics and all that? I've got an old article here that's no good. I do have, like, just a generic one here. I assume if I swap this, it won't help me. Yeah, that's still a net loss, because while this is a stale article, it is got a lot, or it does have, you know, it has a silver thing here, it's got that, it's got influence. Alright, so if we look at what we've got... Oh, I still have one on the front page. I forgot I still had one on the front page. So you're a neutral position, and you're only tie-in... You don't have a tie-in with anything here. So let's grab the senator's wife sick off of there. We chuck that here on the front. And then we can go over here, and I got one more spot I can do something with. So this would give us the investigative as a bonus. We also have the other investigative down here, which has the crime tie-in, which we don't have it. Oh, actually, we do have a tie-in with the crime. So if I put you here, it barely increases that stuff. Keeps up as exactly moderate. Alright, so ultimately the articles we're running in is Chaplin's City Lights. Albert Einstein attends as a guest of honor. We have the senator, wife sick. Ms. Lervelle, wife of the New York senator, confined to her home after an attack of pneumonia. First piece, left with adequately priced feelings. We have 4.5 million Americans unemployed. Discussion suggests even higher totals, because again, Great Depression. We have the Carnera versus Cavalier. Let's see. Match fixing, suspicions, payments found. And we had a fished up cold case, macabre find, and a barrel at the bottom of the bay. So we have split ourselves between... I've got an informational piece here, a sensationalist piece there, and so we've kind of had our balanced reporting. That way we can get our unknown item prize. I can make 3,500, so honestly, pretty good. We did not accomplish the mob's goal of printing a lie because I only got one opportunity, and I decided to go with sensationalism instead, which is a very weird sentence to go with. I'm not sure which is the moral high ground on there. So they sold 117,000 newspapers. Cool. And we now have subscribers in Central Park. You left a mess. Now the cops are asking the kind of questions we don't want to answer. Cool, that's fine. Like I said, that one didn't have a consequence. This represents your reader's perception of your newspaper. Every week, it moves towards the latest edition's perception. The readers of different sides have different interests. If you stay consistent, you'll unlock interest rewards. We got ourselves a baseball bat. Would you... Alright, so next week, my competitor is going to go for exactly moderate. So, I have a competitor who is just following me around. Okay, we got a lot of people leveled up. We got Columbia University. So we can get a calculator that boosts finance, a flowchart that boosts finance, and then eventually we can get the stock index that also gives us finance. So I'm going to start working down this route. Okay, so in 10, we'll make up our own finance articles. Alright, so I do not have stories for all this. Looking new districts I could potentially break into if I already have the stories. Actually, first, check with the mob ones. We got a shipment coming in real special goods. Word travels fast in the water, eyes everywhere. Heard something misleading, get him looking the other way. The water at the docks can hold more than enough red herrings for them to follow. Better start fishing soon, or we're sunk literally. Keep the docks clean, keep your hands clean. Once the fish is out of the water, they tend to get stinking real fast. Simple math. Okay, so we're gonna print a red herring. Oh, I should also, again... Yes, this tells me if I fail this, there's not a consequence. Sometimes when you have it, I have like a little thing that's like, hey, if you fail this, the mob are gonna come by and cause problems. So we just need a red herring. We don't have anything specific. Okay, so we can break into Port Richmond. Is one market we can break into. Yeah, so I think that's the direction we're going, is Port Richmond. Alright, so let's go for Port Richmond as the district we're going. So we're going to be printing news that is societal and tragic. Because a lot of those are going to be stale anyways. Foreign news is now available on the map. Find out where it is. This radio tower is attuned to Europe. Let's investigate. Once we obtain one of these, we can receive foreign news. Oh, interesting. So I guess that would give me the ability to get news on the other side of the planet. So I've got one more lawsuit to deal with, and I got 2 days to deal with it. Papers-wise, I need to get another shipment of papers. And we got another 1,500 bucks to work with. So let's check on our new things we've got available. I have a calculator. Alright, so I don't have enough room for a lot of those. We'll leave that alone for right now. We also got our flip chart. And I got a lot of people who do finance. And not room to put these many things on them. I think ultimately what we're going to end up needing to do is going to need to move my reporters around to give them more space for their own stuff. I don't have that kind of money right now, though. So we're just going to grab that. And grab all of you. Shift you to the right. gonna grab you. I'm gonna grab you. I'm gonna get another one of those. Plunk it right over here. Okay. So we got some boosts to our stuff. Gonna save some money after that. So we need to do a red herring. And otherwise just... Okay, so we will focus on societal ones. Because tragic isn't something you control. I goes the thing, it's going good. Mafia will send you a dead fish wrapped in your newspaper. Yep. It's very nice that they deliver lunch. And Mafia takes good care of the people who take care of them. Alright, so yeah, so if I post this last one, we get outrage. So food riots break out, and then we can escalate it to tragic, and then we can escalate it to bombshell. You better believe we're going for it. The hunger is real. Several hundred people smash grocery windows. Yep, so we're gonna go ahead and stir up a riot about, you know, food shortages. Alright, we've also got veterans bonus bill questioned. Alright, so we got two routes we can go with this. One is we can, you know, have it being like a defeat in politics, or two, we can have it a tragic societal thing. And we have societal and tragedy is what we're aiming for this week. So right now, that is perfectly in line of what we're aiming for. So Frank is going to jump in here and give us a tragic tale. I actually want to see what that article said. Veterans bonus bill questioned. Veterans and families hissed the toll. I'm assuming they yelled at the rich people. I'm guessing what the toll is in there. Yeah, we're blowing this out of proportion, sure. Oh, absolutely. Look, being like, oh, a couple people got upset about being a little hungry does not sell headlines. The burning down of the local grocery store, that's far more likely to sell stuff. We also need red herrings. And I mean, I'm just going to assume I should be lying all the time. That's what the mob seems to want from us. Hey, we beat all our lawsuits without costing ourselves anything. Okay, we got two things going on. So, we've got Jacksonville Orphanage closes. Homes for children wanted. Yep, and we'll get you onto that one. Children from various ages in need of a home. Children are in good health. Okay. Let's see. Food riots break out. Several hundred people smash grocery store windows. No problem. Let's go ahead and... I mean, I want you to deal with this. You're one of my best reporters. I mean, actually, that's only one level higher. Let's see. Food riots break out. Food stolen. Police restore order. So we adjusted the article now to, you know, escalate it a little bit, being like, yeah, some people broke some windows, and it's like, yeah, and the police put them down. So we're definitely escalating. And we got finance. High Court rules on prohibition. Okay, you're the only one right now available to report on that. What is that? Risk of boycott. Okay, that seems like a pretty substantial concern. Congress decides ratification. Risk of boycott. Okay. Do we risk boycott? Because I'm not sure how that works. Like, if risk of boycott just hurts our sales really badly, or risk of boycott means literally no sales, or how that functionally works. It sounds suboptimal. It sounds mildly to severely to catastrophically detrimental to my business. Okay. So now we can risk outrage. I'm gonna get my best reporter on this. Ella, I need you to spin this. I need to sell newspapers without my windows getting smashed in or whatever outrage means. You're gonna need to do it. Nicely done, Ella. Okay. Food riots break out. First hunger incident of the Depression. Good job, Ella. You're good. You're good at making sure blame is assigned on someone other than the media. I appreciate it. Yeah, so basically we went and said, government done gotcha. Alright, so this one's just a straightforward one. It's just a finance thing. Hey, Jason, get on it. Potential run on savings bank. Manager rations cash. And again, this is 1931, so the Depression is ramping up. The stock markets have already crashed, beginning the chain of events that would lead to the Great Depression, and we're now just going on that roller coaster. All right. Do we risk boycott? I feel like I want to, mostly because I want to see what happens, and hopefully it doesn't hit us. So Frank, your track record is actually pretty garbage, but you got high skill. Bad day for business. One ad deal lost. Well, that's fine. I don't have any ad deals. Cool. Dear goodness, they took away the thing I didn't already have. However will I financially recover? So I'm assuming the boycott means what would ultimately happen is our ad deals. We just, it's probably 3 ad deals lost for the worst outcome, 1 for the neutral outcome, and then the best outcome is nothing happens. We don't have the ability to do ad deals yet. So that means right now, boycott is functionally not really a penalty. Now, I imagine ad deals later are probably a big deal. Considering historically, that's where papers made their money, very shortly after their inception. Okay, so High Court rules on prohibition. Breweries gain tax relief, and now Roland is going to report on the Treasury side of it. High Court rules on prohibition. Prohibition stands. Costs linger. There you go. There you go. Lean on the fact that you're like, people are suffering because of prohibition. Really rile people up. Okay, we got the unionization of Hollywood. As soon as Frank is available, we'll have Frank jump on this one. Apparently with the Actors Guild. Actors bond together to unionize. Oh, this is probably the founding of the Actors Guild. Because in the 1930s, most of your actors were not having a particularly good time, to say the least. You had some, really big A-listers that could kind of bully stuff, but then there was a lot of really shady, awful stuff going on in Hollywood at the time. Which is honestly just indicative of the entire, 1920s and 30s, is, insert industry, really shady things were going on at the time. There was nearly no one spared. Okay, so here's our choice. And the beauty is, no matter what, we get a red herring. So as long as I follow through this article, we can make the mob happy. And we can go with the crime angle or the finance angle. The readers we're targeting this week don't care either way. Now see, the Gilded Age didn't get gilded by being fair. Yep. I believe we have more finance stories right now, so we'll be more likely able to tie that in. I meant to read that. Oh, that's not the right one. That's still not the right one. Jersey City Harbor in the spotlight. Concerns after an unmarked cargo vessel unloaded. Yeah, no, there was a lot a lot of shady things going on during the Gilded Age. There was a lot of labor laws came out of that time period, is the way I will phrase it. There was a lot of really heinous things happened that people were like, you know what? We need to make a law about that. Because, dear goodness, there needs to be a law about that. Oh yeah, which, like, circles back to the Hays Codes. For the record, Hays Codes weren't laws. That was, industry, rules against its own self to avoid regulation. In the movie production area where basically the Hays Codes came out, and it was stuff like the bad guy must always fall at the end kind of thing, like they always must get their upcoming, so get arrested, get killed, whatever. Which nowadays, and because it was before that, there was like no anything about that. Let's see. AL President Bernard dies. League Chief dead at 57. But so what ended up happening is prior to that, there was no regulation or no code or no system for measuring content in movies at all. So you could go to a movie and you didn't know, are you getting something violent, are you getting burlesque, are you getting a child's thing, are you getting who have a clue what you got. And so Hays Codes were the first attempt to do anything around that, and it was the 2-ton mallet approach that, again, Hollywood did to Hollywood. As a thing to preempt actual regulation. And then down the road, because of how messy that was, eventually we got the systems that, we roughly have today. It's obviously gone through iterations, but like the idea that this is PG-13, this is PG, or whatever. Some like, this is the really, kind of adults-only content. And that's gone through many iterations where they've added new slices and all that. But yeah. But it's funny, I was talking to actually Toom about that earlier today. It came up due to this game, the discussion about Hays Code. Vault remains impenetrable. Quick response from law enforcement prevents daring bank robbery. But, we were just talking about it, that it makes it weird if you go back to watching movies during this time period. You'll have a mob movie. You already know the mobsters are going to lose. There's zero question about it. Because literally, at the time, due to Hays Codes, that's how it had to end. Now, they could lose that they got shot and killed. They could lose that they get arrested. They could lose that, like, maybe they don't get arrested, but, like, everything gets taken from them, so they're left with nothing. All those kind of things. And it was just one of those things that, because of that, it really takes a lot away from the movie, because you do have movies these days where occasionally the bad guy just gets away with it. So, like, for example, if we look at the Marvel movies with, like, Avengers and all that whole cinematic thing, the one, and I won't remember, the one where, Thanos does his snap at the end of the movie, that movie would not have been permitted under the Hays Codes, because Thanos wins and does not get his upcomings. Now, granted, he does in the next movie, but it's not about the trilogy or whatever. It had to be that movie. The bad guy has to, like, in some capacity, has to lose. So that would have been considered a violation. And what ultimately happened with the Hays Codes is, I think it was stuck around for like 2 decades. And then people were like, oh, we can do a thing where, there's more nuance around this. And that led into what ultimately we have now again with the, like, this is a kids appropriate movie, this is teen, this is adult, and this is a raunchy adult. That kind of thing. And thank you, Such a Cookie, for the 605 stream streak. Catch the last 605 streams without missing a single one. I really do appreciate that. And I do hope you've been enjoying the stream, because it'd be really weird if you were hanging out this much and you didn't. Yeah. Kaiser Soy's wins. I don't know that name. It's Hays, Hays, because I believe it was a person's name. But it's the Hays Codes. It's not technically one rule. It's kind of like a group of rules that are all roughly thematically similar. They got introduced in the late 1920s, and they ran, I think it was to like the 1950s, at which point they switched. The bad guy from The Usual Suspects, like, Let's see, do you find you're playing games you enjoy mostly, or do you play games you think the audience enjoys mostly? So, ultimately, at the end of the day, I'm not going to play a game I don't enjoy. That's just the reality of it, because that will reflect in the content and ruin it. Now, usually the way I will kind of phrase this is I'm only going to play a game I enjoy, but usually I will have like the audience consideration help guide that. If I'm enjoying a game but no one's turning up, it is a thing that I do have to kind of be able to pay my bills, which means if people are not here, you know, I kind of make the comment that people vote with their eyeballs, that if we don't have the viewership, that game goes away. But that's the beauty of the reality of gaming is, you know, we get like 17,000 games released in a year, and granted, yeah, a third to half of them are crap, but that still leaves us with leaves us with thousands of thousands. So, you know, like to give you an example, I really enjoy Path of Exile. Path of Exile does horrifically bad on the channel, so I don't play Path of Exile on the channel really anymore. But at the same time, you know, I'm enjoying this, I enjoy the Planet Crafter, I enjoy all these other games. Me not playing Path of Exile doesn't mean I'm not enjoying myself. Okay, so this week we need one red herring, and we want to be Society and Tragic. Oh, and it looks like we got our front page ready. Boom, we are going full sensationalist this week. Boom, here we go. It is nothing but Society and Tragic all over the page with a bombshell lead in. Ha. There we go. So we're printing about food riots, first hunger incident, the Great Depression kicking off. Yep, that's a thing. And you'll find most channels that is true. There's a well-meaning thing that people will say, play, you know, like, play what you like, that kind of thing. And yes, or like play what you want to play kind of thing. And it's well-meaning, and it's not strictly bad advice, but there's a little bit more nuance to it, because you might want to play something that very strategically is a terrible idea. You know, you're like, you want to play League of Legends, there's a bajillion other people playing it. You know, you're not going to get seen. And that's fine. Thank you to follow, welcome to the stream. And that's fine. But at the same time, you should play something you enjoy, because otherwise, understandably, people will notice if you are not having fun. Yeah, so we got the first hunger strike, we got the veteran bills, veterans and families hissed the tall, Jacksonville orphanage closes homes for children wanting. Yeah, so we got nothing but tragedy. Our entire front page is nothing but tragedy about people starving, veterans not being treated well, children being left homeless. We are a wonderful newspaper. Very 100% going pretty hard on the sensationalist side, which is not my intention, but it is where we are right now. We haven't unlocked any progress. We're being kind of inconsistent in where we're going. It would be nice to bring that back, so we have everything we need here. This is a really good, like really, really good article we have here. So I can bring that back a little bit. I need my red herring. There's my red herring. That's to make the mob happy. And then what is another one we can tie in? So they've got politics, finance, unrest. We got finance and unrest. I think that's the best we're gonna get. $4,200. Man, being sensationalist pays. High Court rules on prohibition. Prohibition stands. Costs linger. Jersey City Harbor in the spotlight. Concerns after an unmarked cargo vessel unloaded. Potential run on savings. Manager rations cash. So, what we might see... I saw that we had... it's also sensationalist. I was looking to see if we had one of these that was, Okay, apparently Society and Tragic is just sensationalist across the board. Because every one of them here is that. I was going to see if I could try and get one of these that wasn't. It's fine. So we're going to be leaning a mildly sensational this time. Which I would have liked to stay moderate to see if we got too moderate what we would get. But this particular week... Oh, no, we want to go more into the sensational. And the reason I'm saying that is right now, if I stop here, I'm not far enough over to get the special tag available. So if I move you down here, it probably massively undermines my value. Yeah, it cuts back $500. Those are already locked in that way. We might be taking the $500 hit because this opens up a trait I don't have available. So we got a brand new trait available here. We could be making $500 more than that, but I need to get my informational thing out of here, so just a little bit more sensational. And I'm hoping that's like the trait is worth the money loss. Let's see, Ace 12 districts become hated by any faction. That is a heavy hitter. My thoughts are with you. Alright, so we got an extra $500 for the hidden agenda. We got some pretty good sales and all that stuff. New Cathedral. Shipments slid through like butter. No snoops, no proms. You're getting sharper. Yep, so we are now hated by the mayor, which means I can no longer gain reputation with the mayor and they will not talk to me anymore. Oh, I didn't even need to be sensational yet. It's fine. Alright, so we're gonna go... I didn't need to do that. It's fine. Man, that was a waste. I could have made $500 more. The calendar thing I'm still getting a better fix on. Got 2 people leveled. We got the Marines Firehouse. That gives me societal, and I can make societal stories. Okay, I'm still working on getting our finance stuff. Look at that pathetic place. Keep your enemies closer, they say. Those coppers over there hold some alarming dossiers on our Irish rivals. A treasure trove of dirt that could tip the scales in our favor. Why don't you pay them a little visit, get a hold of those dossiers? The city has the right to know about these crooks and their dangerous business. Don't you think, Paulie? Okay, so it's looking like what we're gonna do is there's no consequence if I fail this, but we want to get a mob story and an alarming story. So we're going to accept that. You want dirt, crime, and sports. You want... Ooh. We might be able to make Gravesend happen, because that would be the alarming. We do have a defeat. We... Nudges perceptions right to sensational. Oh. Okay. So alarming as a category is informative. Dirt is sensational. Statements and defeat are neither here nor there. I see. I see. Yeah, and the violent stuff is also sensational. Even the Lord himself will not reveal himself to every traveler, dear child. Come back once you've shown a touch more contribution, or at least a sharper eye for the truth. Okay. So we have... Oh, there's Coney Island down there. The Union office for Brooklyn. So we don't need that. Let's start trying to target stuff based on that. Right, we already acquired those. Don't touch nothing unless the Mafia fan vouches. Come back when the dawn is right, find your way. So that's something we don't have access yet, so we don't care. We have the necklace factory. Gives us an elevator. And pneumatic tubes. They're really expensive on the influence side. Add agency. Alright, here we go. I have nothing related to any of that. What did I just agree to do for you? Okay, you just want an alarming story. Let's go for the canals. That's not where I needed. Let's go for the Gravesend. Just trying to find places that we can get alarming stories. Right, and you were for societal. People just don't want my alarming stories that bad. I mean, if we get another alarming story, we can get Flashbush to be a bit more associated with us. Yeah, I think I will go for the Canaries. I don't need it. It's not a good one for me now, but I've got stuff mildly in line with that. There's a way to speed up the transportation of production items. Let's find out how. We can purchase something here that'll boost production of item transportation. The pneumatic tubes are very special transportation lines for all production-related needs, such as articles. Neat. Okay, it's basically being like, hey, if you go over here, you can make it so your reporters don't have to run up and down stairs all day. Because there's definitely a loss in efficiency. That also gives you a reason why, in cases like this, I would have probably a pneumatic tube here somewhere and drop it down between these two floors so that our typesetters could just grab it from the pneumatic tubes, go back and forth and do their thing. I also wonder if that means when the reporters got back, they could use pneumatic tubes to send stuff back up. Okay, I'll deal with that. So we want sports, dirt, and crime. So we got sports and dirt. Let's go get Ronald on that. This article's quality is getting boosted because the reporter is getting skilled. Quality translates to extra sales. They will add a star when they reach 5, and they'll add another one when they reach 10. A third one can be unlocked by certain traits. So I got 3,000 bucks. If we were to try and get another floor, it's 7,500. Okay. So we need alarming news. So, well, I could go over here for a revealing story, and that would be probably worth a lot extra. Unfortunately, for the week, we want the alarming news for the mob. So we're going to go for the alarming news. Oh, I should actually be covering what those titles are. Scottsboro boys arrested. 9 black teens arrested after freight train altercation. Slushy ice stirs protest. Visitors cry foul. Oh, we should also look at here. So we want crime stories. And we want sports stories. There's no more sports stories. We only had the one sports story this week. It's not the greatest. As far as other purchases, we got 3,000 bucks. I'm at about 84% of my power consumption. So we will be ending up needing to get a generator relatively soon. I'm also at 5 influence. At 10 influence, I can get myself a finance desk, which will let me generate finance stories. So we basically get a free finance story every week. We get a free crime story every week and a free sports story every week. Hi.
Hi, husband.
How's it going?
It's okay. How are you?
It's okay.
Is this your newspaper?
Yep.
That's cool. What's the name of your newspaper?
That is a question that I oh, it was the,
Hi, Leonard.
it was, what? The, oh man.
You don't know what name you
I think it was moderately ethical media or something like that.
Okay, that's fine.
We're definitely very much leaning into the mob. Alright.
I like that.
Mm-hmm. No.
Enjoy.
Alright, police car explodes on the main road. So this one is straightforward. We just report on that. And then we could choose to go with the crime angle or the politics angle, which we'll go for the crime angle since that's the flavor of the week. I I had to stop. I was like, I know it's something ethical-ish or moderately ethical or whatever. You know, the whole thing where you're like, wait a second. You know, like, for those that haven't been around, some of the naming conventions I tend to use is with a lot of, like, the businesses and stuff in games. I'll tend to use, like, you know, somewhat ethical, moderately ethical, ethical-ish, insert name of company kind of thing. Also, like, with games where there's the, you know, products, for example, when we do, like, Software Inc., the Software Inc. one I would run where the name was, you know, terrible operating system, terrible antivirus. Alright, counterfeit operation busted. So this is where we want to snag the dossiers of a bunch of, like, I guess it's like an Irish mafia or whatever, an Irish criminal syndicate, for our mob. We're gonna risk being arrested. $200 fine. Okay. Counterfeit operation busted. Police raid seize printing presses and forged bills. Okay, and again, the thing in demand right now is crime. So we're gonna go ahead and have you jump on the crime angle here. Alright, police car explodes in the main road. The explosion was revenged by a man who was just released from prison. Considering you're playing game Empire of Sin, which is about the mob rule of Chicago, it kind of works for a good parallel. Oh, I haven't seen that one, Empire of Sin. What style of game is that, by the way, out of curiosity? Because we were talking about how Hollywood Animal, which is the movie industry, still early access, and News Tower just really go, you know, hand in hand together for, like, different sides of the same time, you know, same rough time period and everything. Where this is the media side so far as the news, whereas, you know, Hollywood Animal is dealing with the movie thing. XCOM, but Chicago 1920s Gangster. It needed some work on release, but it's now playable. Gotcha, so it's an XCOM style game. Not necessarily looking for that. Like, I used to play XCOM back in the day, but I should probably be looking at this one. Okay, that's on pause. Alright, so this article is a priority article. Because that's the one that the mob wanted me to do. We also need an alarming article. There. That should give me the 2 requirements for the mob. And thank you, Zidian, for the tier 1 sub. 46 months you've been subbed the channel. That's a heckin' long time. Coming up on that 4 years, and I really do appreciate it. I'm very much enjoying it. I think it is a very good take on how to approach, like, you know, news in the 1930s and, like, the corruption and everything going around with the mob and all that. Military blueprint stolen. State-of-the-art battleship details compromised. Excellent. Cool. But, like, also just the whole... I don't think I can check from here. Like, the whole territory thing where they've got, like, the giant, ridiculous map that's, like, all of New York, and you, like, slowly take over different districts and territories. In a lot of ways, that adds a layer that a lot of tycoon games are missing. Like, imagine you're playing a game like, you know, Planet Coaster. And so you've got your little theme park you're building, but then there's also, like, territorial districts that you have to deal with where you've got your competing operation next door and how you, like, differentiate yourself and compete with them. I don't think that'd actually be a good analogy for that one. Okay. So we got an article about a smuggling ring. We're gonna bribe our way into getting the information and then risk arrest. There you go. All right. Okay, so we got away with it. Smuggling ring. Police documents show Irish gang importing contraband spirits. And we're going to get a boost in our sales because it's going to be a high-quality article. And it just so happens our readers like articles on crime. And you better believe everything coming in right now is just crime. It seems surprising, but there seems to always be a good story on crime going on at any given time. Not really sure about that. Let's see, if you're familiar with Calypso's Amateur's City of Gangsters, it's more of the same. There's a Canadian in it, and subquest on the Maple Syrup Mafia, a real thing, which is what drew you in. Oh yeah, no, that was, I remember hearing about, like, it was the big, like, great maple syrup heist or whatever. I remember I've heard that one a couple of times. It's one of those ones that gets made fun of because you're like, oh man, they really like their maple syrup, that they have a strategic maple syrup reserve, and that someone, you know, there was a major theft attempted on it and everything. I believe it was actually successful, if I recall correctly. That a whole bunch of maple syrup was stolen. It gets wild when you start getting into those kind of things. Alright. So you have the electric dry shaver. Okay, so you got a radio show that's hosting it. We'll go ahead and chuck Ella at it. Ella was like, shave dry, side me up. I mean, many industry have reserves like that. Oh yeah. Well, no, and it makes sense. With stuff that doesn't go bad quickly, like, that's one of the things a lot of people don't realize with a lot of produce. For example, like, bananas and citrus. It used to be, back in the day, like, in these periods, you know, people wanted, you know, oranges and all that, but it was very impractical. You couldn't ship them very far before they'd start turning, and even if they showed up at your grocery store in, like, Chicago or something, you had to take it home and use it that day because it just wasn't going to last, if it even got there in the first place. But nowadays, they actually will take these entire compartments where they dump all the oranges in there, and I can't remember what the gas is, but they basically use a gas that kills, I can't remember if it kills or makes the bacteria inert so long as it's contained in there, and you can have bananas stored where they will stay perfectly good for a very, very long time, as long as you don't compromise that room. You know, it's when you get the oxygen and all that back in there, and the bacteria love that. And it's pretty cool that we've got these, like, really long-term storage things, but because of that, you genuinely can have a strategic reserve of things that were perishable. They don't last forever, but it extended that. Whereas, like, in the past, the idea of, like, trying to preserve your oranges or something was just a complete, like, it was a laughable thing. You're just going to be storing a closet full of rot. Yeah, you can't remember what the gas is called. You had to note that on some grocery store designs. Oh, yeah. But it's a wild thing about being able to store things for a long time. Dracula, now in theaters. The new horror movie premiered at the Roxy Theater. Is it halon or halon something? I thought it was like a, not nitrogen. It doesn't matter. It's real bad for you if you breathe it in. Like, it's not like one of those things that immediate exposure is death or anything, but it's one of those things you don't want to be breathing that in. The U.S. has National Helium Reserve. Oh yeah, well helium's another wild one. Helium is a relatively rare gas for us, and one of the catches with helium is, due to its, like, such reduced density, is it escapes the atmosphere eventually. So once you pull up the helium out of the ground, it's eventually gone. Like, it'll leave. And there's things they could do to, I believe they can chemically process, no. There's ways to get helium, but basically it is technically a limited resource. So it's kind of just wild. Alright, so we got this one. Let's see. Electric shaver, dry shaver, consumer technology milestone, despite depression. But it is genuinely a thing where they've been discouraging more and more people making helium balloons and all that kind of stuff. So they're like, hey, this is a finite resource we're using. You know, it's kind of in that same thing where eventually, like, you know, not counting synthetics, you know, eventually we would run out of oil. It's like, yeah, helium's right there with it, and probably one that's going to be more problematic because at least we have synthetic oils. With helium, it's more you just have what's the next lighter gas we can get away with that doesn't kill you if you're exposed to it. Because I remember that was a whole big thing, because, like, you know, I grew up with helium balloons being around and everything. But then people are like, this is actually a finite resource we should be a little bit more sparing about. Okay, 3 ex-policemen end lives. That sounds terrible. Estranged retired sergeants shoot themselves. That sounds awful. I mean, to be fair, this is the 1930s. I don't believe Social Security exists yet. That doesn't come till later. And very genuinely, in this time, that was kind of one of the big things is a lot of times when you stopped being able to work or you had to retire, your quality of life just took a nosedive because we were built around you working. You didn't really retire in this day and age, not properly. You just stopped being able to work, and that usually your quality of life, you just couldn't afford to take care of yourself. It's what led to Social Security being created in the US. Was we're like, hey, you know, people work their whole lives and then they're left to rot. Like, we can do better. So yeah. And then during the Depression, I can imagine people who thought they had put enough money aside that they could live a little while, you know, after retirement, you know, and then suddenly they lost all their money. I can imagine there's a lot of tragedy around that. Okay, so let's go ahead and do thing. Star-Spangled Banner voted national anthem by Congress. President Herbert Hoover signed into congressional resolution. I didn't know that happened in the 1930s. I mean, it makes sense. It's just not something I ever thought about, like when the Star-Spangled Banner became the national anthem for the U.S. It does sound like a very Hoover thing to do, though. Not in a bad way. He just had a lot of, like, very administrative stuff around, like, you know, culture kind of things he did as well, among other things. Anything to keep the eyes off the Teapot Dome? Yeah, there was a big basket of stuff there. All right, so it looks like we've got only one person who can do this one, and that'd be Ronald. It looks like I need to get myself another political reporter. That I'm a little lean on political reporters. Yeah, and this one won't get done this week. This will be a next week article, because you're going to get back in about 1 hour, and then you're going to go out and it'll be just enough to get there. That says, an ethylene gas absorber is what you had to put note on an installation for those plans of production sort. Yeah, gotcha. So, ethylene. But ultimately, like, very genuinely, they can keep bananas good for months. That, like, the banana will be in pretty much the exact same shape going in and coming out. Because, like I said, they basically put that gas in there, and bacteria and everything. I can't remember if it dies or it goes inert. It doesn't matter. The point is they don't process the things, and that's what causes the decay. So by eliminating that, the banana just stays the banana for a while. Again, not indefinitely. Eventually it'll get compromised in other ways, but they could store it for a very long time. Handbills hit mayor. Mayor accused of bootleg ties. But like that changed everything. Refrigeration also changed so much. Because we actually think about the time we're being depicted here in the 1930s, electricity is a fairly new thing in this time frame. That if you wanted electricity, it's almost nearly exclusively in either really, really rich people areas or in big cities. And that was about the only places electricity happened, because like it was right around the turn of the century that electricity kind of became more than just a knowledge thing and started actually having generators built and all that. And sure, this is 30 years later, but, you know, it takes time to go, like, where there's no power grid to wire into, someone had to make it. Alright. Breaking news, Orange arrived. Yep. Okay, so let's see. You live in an area where electricity reached rural in the 50s. Oh yeah, no, like I think the first rural areas in the U.S. started to get electricity as like late 20s, early 30s, and then, you know, it just took that long to get it out to more areas. Okay, so we get to choose between 3 traits here. Depending on how I spin it, if I keep myself perfectly neutral, I can invert the story's perception anyway using this trait. So if it is an informative story, it's now a sensational story. If it's a sensational story, it's now an informative story, which has interesting implications, but it's only the people with this trait So I can have my person who inverts stuff, which is an interesting consideration. We can also get a trait that's informationalist as one that's available. That basically means I can make any story into an informational story. However, if it didn't start as an informational story, it takes about like 1.5 times as long, and I can do the same thing, but sensationalist. I think I would like to aim for that middle one, because that middle one feels like it would be a very useful utility skill to have a reporter that I can flip a story if I need to. That'd also be specifically good if I'm aiming to be informational, for example. Then I could make the choice to turn around, and anytime the sensational one goes, send this person out. So I think the moderate one's the one I would want the most. Regardless, and I can lower this to... I understand this now. Okay, my interpretation of this when I did that is that it would make this thing I'm landing in larger. What it's doing is the box I'm in, so if I was over here, I could make the box cover both of those, which gives an interesting consideration. That means if I went 2 marks sensational and then queued it out like this, I could potentially make both the perception inverter and the sensationalist available at the same time. Oh, the fourth option, this is showing me that one of my competitors is targeting this area. So if I choose that specific slice, I will have a somewhat reduced sales. So this is, like, I want to avoid that spot, and any of these other spots give me goodies. Let's see, not talking about politics itself, but between Lincoln's assassination and JFK was 98 years, and in that time, information went from taking several months to make it across the entire country to mere hours, if not minutes. Oh yeah, no, I mean, sure, like, there's a politics side about the assassinations, but that's like one of the things when, you know, the Civil War ended. We didn't have electronic communications. There was battles fought after the Civil War had already ended by a fair margin, because it took that long for someone to get a message, put it on the horse, and go running to go tell the next person over, hey, the war's over, stop fighting. It's just a whole thing. So overlapping there is bad. Yeah, overlapping this spot is bad. The implication is it'll hurt my sales. I was kind of making the comments like, shouldn't it hurt their sales too, because we're like fighting over the same customers? So I think I'm going to try to aim over here if possible. We'll see what we can do. So the big thing is I need a mob piece, and I need an alarming piece, and I need crime and dirt. So if we look at what we got here, so everything up here is good. For my alarming piece, I've got you. And the mob piece is easy. So let's go to the second page. We'll put the alarming piece here, because I'm trying to lean 2 to the sensation side. Let's see, wasn't it a war in 1812 where the only battle the U.S. won happened to be after the war was over because of how long it took to get the message? Yeah, that kind of stuff happens. Like, it just takes so long for the messages to get around. I don't know if it's the War of 1812 specifically, but that stuff does happen a lot. So we could go here. And we got a lot of mob stuff going on there. That's our mob page. That makes the mob happy. And now I just need sports and dirt. So we got sports and dirt, and it's a high quality article here. And that moves a slightly sensationalist. And then I've got a neutral piece that's sports here for the baseball results. And then we got another dirt piece on the mayor. What? Oh, that one's not done. Crap. Oh, I don't have a really good one to fit in there, do I? Can we do a better tie-in over here? So you are a neutral piece. But all that's crime. I don't have, for once, a sensationalist crime thing to push. we're just going to schlep out something unrelated to anything. So it's going to be a low income week from the direct money. So we're going to lean in on that. I'm going to really hurt myself on the money. So we're going to lower the price of the newspaper. I've lined up perfectly here. I want to see if we get both of these by doing this, so that I get the trait Perception Inverter and the trait Sensationalist available. You just looked it up, and the telegraph was invented in the 1830, about 31 years before the Civil War started and ended. Yeah, but did they have it? Because I know with the Civil War there were battles fought afterwards. Because with the telegraph they have to actually run a physical line. And needless to say, as they're marching around, that didn't necessarily happen. Like, it wasn't until radio that you could kind of really get that communication out really fast. Alright, so it's looking like we're in relatively good shape. We got everything we need for the district, we got everything we need for the mob, and I'm going to try and snag both these traits. Yeah, and that's 31 years to run that line. Yeah, but I mean, running a line... Again, it took to the 1950s to get power to rural areas that weren't actively in a war zone. Okay, so we got all this going on. Alright. So we're taking a big hit on the income we're making this time. The mob is going to see us $500. We're experimenting about seeing if this will snag me both traits. And then it'll give us 2 stuff there. Alright. Reminds you of IP over avian carriers? Oh, yeah. Alright, so we only sold 73,000 newspapers this time. The best, fastest way to learn sport is to watch and imitate a champion. Guess there's always some crime to read. Yep. But yeah, no, it's, you know, communications even nowadays fails down. That's not like they used to. Yep, with old ladies feeding birds in the park considered middleman attack, stealing our memes. Aw, man, there's gotta be some. Not as gold, publisher. With I missed what you said, sir. But we got a little bit more mob tie-in. Hey, we're doing all that stuff. That mean where the RPG party consists of a Victorian gentleman, a Southern Riverboat a gambler, a samurai, and a cowboy, answering a fax from Abraham Lincoln would be historically plausible. The samurai's the only one that stands out in my head, but yeah, no, the rest of it, yeah. Congratulations, you're building an audience. New readers' interest, hot topics. This represents an interest of readers on this side. If you print one side consistently, you'll unlock more reader interests. Hover over the item to get a detailed explanation of how readers' interests work. So do I get these things? Yeah. Alright, so we can get a Perception Inverter. And we can get Sensationalist trait. I guess we're a sensational publication now. Alright, so Mountain of a Mole adds a quality star and doubles the reporting time on any news that contains a single story file. Alright. I feel like I'm going to chase these prizes around instead of leaning one way or the other. Yeah, so we technically lost money that time. Oh no, actually with the mob thing, we barely came out ahead. Alright. The fall of the Roman Empire was 30 years before the founding of the Republic of Texas? That... My brain doesn't agree with that, and I'd have to actually sit down, because time can get weird when you're looking back. Like, that might be right, but that feels... I guess it would depend on what you consider the fall of the Roman Empire. Like, that's... I could see that one being a very fuzzy line. Alright. Evening, what can I get you? Publisher, you're becoming a real amico. That's why I invited you to this place. They're busting speakeasies like ours left and right. Prohibition ain't stopping no one. How else are we supposed to have some fun in these dark times? A murder? That means keep your mouth shut about this, got it? The end of Prohibition means the end of my business. We need a new venture to get out of those restrictive shadows. For now, keep some of these busts off the front page, capiche? Censorship. Whose censorship needs to be... Okay, we haven't seen censorship. I'm assuming those will show up as options. There's no consequence if I fail to do it. Your favorite more modern was the last World War II war leader was in power till 1985. Yeah, no, that's, there's a lot more overlap than we realize. Yeah, it's one of those things that, like, when you start looking back, like, time gets so hard to pick from now. That's one reasons there's, oh, what's her name? Sarah Vowell. There's a historian, Sarah Vowell, who writes these books, and I really like her approach to the history, because not only is she covering whatever historic is going on, but she kind of does the world building around it, to be like, hey, this is kind of the way that area of the world was around the thing that's actually our main subject matter. So she has, like, a book about like, the various assassins that attempted to kill presidents over the years, but, like, she actually took the time to kind of build the world around that, being like, okay, but this is the things that were, like, normal in society at that time. You know, this was other stuff, so, like, this is why this behavior was uncouth. You know, this is other things that were involved in that. It kind of gives you the broader picture, because there's just a lot of that. You get those micro stories from, like, when you're in school about various historic events that you're like, you know, here's Abraham Lincoln, this is a war happened, then he was assassinated, like, that kind of thing. You just do, like, the boom, boom, boom. And being like, well, this is what life was like if you were in, you know, in one of the cities at the time. This is what life was like if you were in, like, one of the rural communities, if you lived in this part of the world or that part of the world. And it's not like apologetics or whatever, but it kind of gave you a little bit going, okay, I understand why something that seems benign nowadays is, like, very taboo then, or, like, the other way there. Not that it makes any of it right or wrong or otherwise differently, but it's nice to get that broader picture. And she's also got a lot of fun, and she has music in her stuff as well. Definitely recommend her audiobooks, because she has, like, a high production value to them. Let's see, Anne Frank and Martin Luther King were the same age. It's 400 years between the fall of the Eastern Roman Empire and the founding of the Republic of Texas. You might be confusing something with the empires in Mexico. Yeah, that's the reason why I was like, that doesn't sound right to me. You'd have to have a very loose definition on the fall of the Roman Empire. And so it's just kind of one of those things where I'm like, okay, like, maybe by some definition it might be true, but that feels wrong. But there's stuff that does feel wrong. Like, one of the ones, it's not as surprising nowadays, but one of the ones I used to tease people about is that there is less time between the time that we landed on the moon and the original cinematic release of Jurassic Park and the original cinematic release of Jurassic Park in today. Now, granted, that's gotten way wider since I started using that. The Anne Frank and Emma Clee were both born in the same year, but they were not the same age when they died. Well, yeah, no, that's right. Yeah, no, that's, the implication was that they were, you know, born at the same, you know, same time frame, because a lot of us like to think of World War II as being this thing that was, like, super duper far, and, well, I mean, you just don't think about those being, like, an overlapping time frame. But yeah. It never fell. Me and the boys are still holding the meetings. Yep. Alright, so we need to post articles on censorship, I guess. Which I'm not sure how that works. Okay. So vet my son. I am Father Benedetto, shepherd of the humble flock. The Don says you run the city's best newspaper, an instrument of influence indeed. God calls us to guide lost souls, but a world is rife with temptation. Even those closest to us stumble at times. All All I do is shine God's light. Now let us begin. Inspire your readers. Perhaps they will find virtue. So, okay. Interesting. Yeah, no, I see what you're saying, Strider. I'd have to look into it more, because, like, I just don't know these things off the top of my head. Let's see, Tyrannosaurus Rex riding a hoverboard is less historically inaccurate than Tyrannosaurus Rex fighting a Triceratops. Yeah, no, the, people also don't realize how... I like where you have, like, the timeline of all of Earth's existence, and, like, humanity, it's like if someone just took, like, the finest pencil and scratched on the very far end of it, and then, you know, you look at, like, this first whole half is, like, yeah, single-cell organism and stuff like that, and it's, you know, then you get to, like, the dinosaurs, and it's, like, a third or a fourth of it, and, like, literally humanity is, like, this tiniest, thinnest little pencil scratch that, you know, you kind of got to get out your magnifying glass and zoom in it a little bit, because it's so percentage-wise small of the world's history. So it is interesting when you start getting in there and look at the dinosaurs and they take up like a third of this whole graph, and you're like, yeah, you know, if you took all of humans' existence, you'd have to multiply it by like hundreds of times before you'd finally get through one segment of the dinosaurs' existence. Alright, you had a great grandmother born in 1899? Yeah, no, it's wild. Like, it only takes about 3 generations to get across the century. There have been 5 mass extinction events before it got to us. Yep. Alright, so we can print at least 1 inspiring story, and for every inspiring story we do, we get 3,000 more readers. We're not getting faction with them, but we'll get that. Now, entertainment and society will nudge us towards informational. We can also go with the mob stuff, where we'll get more standing with the mob, 2 influence, and some cash. So I'm not sure if that's individual readers or subscriptions. Subscriptions would be huge. Individual readers? Whatever. And you want me... I'm gonna go with the inspiration. We're gonna go with the church this time. Because I don't know what I need to do for the censorship. Does that mean you could sell your papers for $1 each? And only print inspiration? No, so there's only like 3 tiers of sales. There's like the 3 cent, the 2 cent, the 1 cent. Which is basically like expensive, neutral, cheap. Is I think what the implication is there. Alright, so... if we check our current existing stuff, do I have anything inspirational? I have 1 old inspirational article that might be might not be available. And it's on society and finance. Ooh. Okay, so you want inspirational. We might go with that anyways. Yeah, let's try and target Tompkinsville, because entertainment and adventurous are supposed to lean towards inspirational, so we're gonna try that. I have no idea how this is gonna work out. This might be one that hurts us, but there's only one way to get that. You've earned your first trainable trait. Let's assign it to someone. Okay. Every employee can have 1 trainable trait in addition to 1 personality trait. There are many variants, and all of them have their own specific benefits. Some of them require specific skill sets, others can be applied more broadly to everybody. This works in the same way you've already used with the news. Drag an employee into the file to start training them. So what we're going to do is I'm not going to be grabbing you. What we're looking for is I need to be leaning on... we're leaning towards the sensational. So I'm going to take Frank here because it sounds like entertainment, and this tends to lean towards informative. So I'm gonna, oh, so that'll take you 2 days. So I'm leaning towards making them sensational. I'm giving them the one to flip. So the idea is, my thought there is that person normally gets topics that trend towards informational, and I'm deliberately trying to make it so they get the one where they reverse whatever the direction of it being, whether it's informative, sensational. So their tendency to get information will let me pivot it to sensational. Whereas if I went with sensationalist, it does guarantee it, but it makes it take 1.5 times as long. So an extra 50%. So we definitely don't want to make it so it takes that much longer to report if we don't have to. Okay. Alright. So, nothing inspiring here. So right now, Roland's going to jump on that. And then we'll have to choose which way to go with that. So we want entertainment, adventure... Alright, so entertainment. We want entertainment, adventurous, and inspirational. You have 1 day, 3 hours. I'm going to sit on that for right now. Because that'll be the first one that he'll flip the script on that one. Okay, and this one's a neutral one, so we don't need to wait. I don't have a person available to do it at all. So we're going to lose some time here because I am deliberately dragging this out to hopefully get you back here. Yeah, so you'll be back in 8 hours, so you'll take this one. We're going to go to California. Oh, I forgot to have you actually read the title. Nevada gambling bill passed. Gambling legalized to gain control over the back alleys. Okay, so once this guy gets back, we'll get them assigned to Hempburn style, which is apparently a California thing. And then this person should come back with them, and then we'll have them spin the inspirational thing, which I'm sure our priest friend will like. Is like, yes, tell me a bunch of inspiring things. Give me the truth, inspiring truth. It's like, and I'm gonna spin it to be sensationalist. Don't you worry. Alright. Catherine wears pants at a fashion event. Gotcha, so it's a clothing style. Okay, so we can go for the investive thing, and that is sensational. So that's right up our alley. So Regina, get on it. Nevada gambling bill passes. Old West returns in Nevada gaming places. Alright, you're about to finish your training. And we should have plenty of time there to spin the story. So, lithographs on sale. I wonder if by spinning it, it changes the tile. Pants on the front page. Alright, you're available. Okay. So we're spinning it to make it sensational. Lithographs on sale. Rare RIGs and Kemp prints are offered next week. Okay. And what we're going to do is we're going to train the people towards being highly sensationalist now. Oh, wait, what's this? Ah, I'm only allowed to do these for one person each. I see. Okay. Alright. Alright. That's good to know. And we can get the sensationalist. Like I said, that'll take anything and lean it sensationalist. But if it's not already sensationalist, it takes longer. Which is an interesting consideration. Yeah, we're not using that in Ellen. Jason, buddy, what do you report on? Excellent. We can make a sensationalist spin on that. Hey, Jason, have you ever wanted to, you know, really lean towards sensationalizing the news? 'Cause guess what? That's what your career is now. So we've become a sensationalist paper. The only downside here is that is going to make it very hard to swing it to being informative when we have something special come up that I need it to be informative. Alright. Oh, you're not working the desk. Okay, so you can go ahead and report on that. So Garland Bloodbath rocks city streets. Turf war escalates over territory. At which point, then I can lean it towards being influential, or like informative or sensationalist, and we can make that happen. We haven't had a chance for adventure. There's no more entertainment news available. We need an adventurous tag. There is an adventurous tag up here. There's also the... Yeah, so let's go ahead. As much as I don't want... We want that adventurous tag. Ooh, actually. Oh, no, you'd have to spin it that way. And you flip it reverse. So if I put you on that one, it'll mess it up. Yeah, let's go for the adventure tag. It's fine. Poacher caught a trout stream. Net set before light in remote area. Okay, so that'll give us the 3 different tags we want. I will want to go down to prioritizing that one. And the other ones could just churn away. They'll get done as they get done. This is just regular politics, so I have a good time. Residents angered by movement. Polls underway. Yeah, so that's a filler one. I mentioned before they have some of those articles are very clearly like, you know, Taft votes for the Tariff Act, that kind of thing. You know, Hoover does whatever. Like, those ones is like, okay, very clearly those are actual historic events that take place during this time. And then you have random filler ones like mobster gets shot. You know, that one was like politics, but they didn't actually specify what the politics were about. And that was very clearly intended on that one. Alright, so we need you on here. So you flip the script in whatever we go for, so we want to avoid that one. So Ella's going to report this one. Let's see. Garland Bloodbath rock city streets. It's our sons who get recruited and act as cannon fodder, says distressed mother. Okay. What pinged at me? Something pinged at me, but they all seem fine. Oh, it's warning me my food is low. So I'll order some food. We have run out of the food we provide our staff. It's water. Oh, this is new employee potential. Out of the staff kibble? No, it's not even kibble. That's too expensive. We give them staff water. Just a big jug of water. Nothing else. Just the water. Okay, you're on your way back still, so we gotta wait. Speaker Longworth dies. Get on it. Sporting event. You go and hop on that. Baseball season opens. All 16 clubs play. Okay. So, flipping the script doesn't matter. There is no script to be flipped on this one. So it's just a straight up financial report. Open house at the Ford factory. Ford showcases new assembly line. And that is the last news story coming out this week. Why are you on pause? Oh, it's queued. Alright, you're back from training. Congratulations, John. You're now a sensationalist reporter. Our careers take us in such unexpected directions. Okay, and I believe at 10 influence, we can unlock the next desk here that'll just generate news slowly. Because that's like what this is, for example. That this will just generate news. Yeah, you do have someone assigned to you, you're just not getting it done. Rual crushing his dreams one employee at a time? Oh, don't worry, we'll get there. Wait until we unionize, where we have a mob plant operate as our person in charge of the union. Making sure we keep those wages nice and low. Yeah, so it actually should be in good shape. It's looking like I'm gonna have most, not quite all of the things done. I am finding it curious that they're supposed to generate these papers, but it's not actually happening right now. Like, they're standing at their desks and not working. Alright, we're getting pretty close to the point where I'm going to have to build a generator as well. There we go. It's actually, oh, that's not waiting on them to write it. That's waiting on them to print it. Right, because they're backlogged trying to not print it to get their typesets and everything done. Yeah, so we got 10 hours in that one. Oh yeah, we're gonna have literally everything ready. So you got 6 hours in that one. Yep. So it's. Yep, that's perfect. Literally every single article will be available. We can choose between everything and how we want to do stuff. I do like that, you know, you zoom. Oh no. I understand now. I was like, man, they seems like the building's really limited. I am wrong. That goes up. I wonder if we can expand horizontally ever. Because I feel like to expand oh, you know what? Those might be... These would be very easily like where you could get like another area there and this building would vanish. Especially where our building is slightly off-center. If you look at it, this is the center here of the screen, and that's the center of our building. Alright. So. If we were to manage to lean slightly left, or slightly towards informational, I can get a thing where a person will add a quality to a story. Didn't it have wider options but lower towers? Yeah, no, that was one of the starting things, so I'm curious about a lot of that. So if we make our paper lean not towards the sensational side of things, then we can potentially nab this as a possibility. Which would be single section stories would gain a full quality if the person does it. Alright, so the first one we need is... I need the adventure story. I've only got one adventure story, and that adventure story isn't informative. Honestly, I don't think I could make this informative if I wanted to. I've got 2 informative stories. Maybe. Maybe. Yeah, so we've got entertainment. So what is our big story for the week, I think? So this one's got potential. Alright, let's... That's a sensational one. That's an informational one. Bum. And that covers, we'd still need entertainment and all that. Is that the society angle and the inspirational angle? That's a stale story. So we can get the court report there, so that means we're slightly leaning on the outside of moderate. So what I could do here then is I grab my stale story here. Oh, actually, one moment. Let's see, that's the adventure and crime. And this one has... Also just has the, This might be better. Okay, that one is better. That's a stale story, but that's also going to be good. And then we can get the poacher story here. And that nudges us just into the inspirational thing. And then with this, if we're looking here, I'm missing entertainment and I'm missing inspiration. So here's entertainment and inspiration. So now I've got everything for the district, and I've got at least one for the priest. I'd like to get a second inspiration story in there, but I don't have one. So we want to tie into what we've still got. This one would tie in on the... This one ties in on the crime side of things. This one's a higher quality publication, but it's just not going to be used. So it's 3,200. That'll give us 3 inspirations, so we'll get 6,000 more subscribers, whatever you want to go with. And then we'll get all the stuff for the district. So I think that's what we're going to run with. Alright, so we sold 107,000. An investment knowledge always pays the best interest. We gained a influence from taking a district. And we got that. Been packed in, my child. Letting your newspaper's voice resonate in the city like that. Yet Lux, let there be light in these trying times. Oh, I see. So the church is not a faction. Okay. So we can now get someone who can take a single segment story and do stuff with that. And if we go slightly on the sensational side this time, we can gain a bunch of influence. Alright. We have a radio tower. Ah, we can get ourselves a 4th telegraphing station. Okay. I was looking to try and get the stock index deck, because that would give me, or desk, because that would give me that. But a fourth station would also give me more stories. And we've already got space for it and everything, I believe. I'm gonna get it. Because I wanted to get the other one, but that's fine. Ian, what can I get you? Storge, become... Alright, so he just literally... Okay, it's the exact same thing. He wants me to print about censorship. Alright. So, if we look at the articles we already have... We'll see if we can't branch into more areas. Okay, so it looks like Western New York, we can branch there pretty straightforward. Yes, let's branch to Western New York. There's a way to speed up transportation of crates. Let's find out how. Yep. Yep, so there's a dumb waiter system to go with the crates. You can purchase something that'll boost transportation. Check it out. I did check it out. Stop talking to me. Stop. Stop talking. I see. I click on it. I clicked on it. Okay. We got her to stop bothering us. Alright. So, we can get ourselves another one of those desks. So I'm going to need you all to get real cozy in here. I'm going to, like, really need you to just really go full cozy to a point of moderate to severe discomfort. So if you could just really kind of just snuggle up there uncomfortably close to each other. Like, really uncomfortably close to each other. What's not? Why are you complaining? Get out of here. Alright, so that chart might have to go. It's fine. And the reason that's gonna go, I'm gonna go down here to our desks, because I got myself a brand new telegraphing desk to add on to the pile. Okay, so you can process lawsuits faster, use less resources, and you just have basic telegrapher skills. That's fine. Okay, and let's switch to the ordering our paper before I forget. And we can go with the discomforts. Okay, so there's a bit more noise that we gotta deal with. So a mountain out of a molehill. So we can send someone to get a boost. Where we want them to have single point stories that they can massively increase the quality of. Honestly, Ronald, you do it. I have them doing a lot of sports, and a lot of the sports seem to be shorter stories. At least that's what my brain is telling me. Okay, so we need to go here and deal with the noise. We can add another acoustic panel. Or is there anything else we need to unlock here? I think we're okay. Okay, so we got our paper ordered. That's showing up. We're taking care of the rest. I still have 1,600 bucks. And with that, I got a fourth line going. Okay, so we're looking for politics. What are you trying to tell me? This is where the editor can be obtained. Let's polish up those articles. Okay, I understand. More stuff. More all the stuff. Okay, but politic articles are what we're pursuing this week, and we need to... We need censorship tags. Alright. So, we're gonna go after... So we have the Speakeasy Menace. So I can report this from the police angle, where they'll be all satisfied with that, but I have been asked by the Mafia to censor it, so we are going to censor it. Speakeasy Menace. We don't see any speakeasy around town. Do you? Says local residents. We got the politics angle. Prohibition's starting to dry out. Okay. So with this one, we'll have Ella jump on here and go with the angle of censorship. Not at all. We need to protect our citizens from sin. Okay, this feels like I'm definitely taking myself in a direction I probably don't want to be going. You can just report on that. There's nothing to add here. Another success for Charlie Chaplin with City Lights. The romantic comedy features Charlie Chaplin himself opposite Virginia Cheryl. Okay, so that means I've already got the censorship articles I need for you. And we've already got our stuff lined up for that, so it's honestly just making the news. Gonna get a new fandangled lift? Yeah, and that's just it. Looking at the map, there's a lot of different directions. I've been mostly going by what can I make happen. Not necessarily targeting in any direction. Maybe not, that's a mistake. But there's a lot of stuff. So pretty much my priority of how I've been going with expanding is there's stuff all over the map that gives me benefits of various kinds, like all across the board. And so if I take a spot of any amount, like I actually get it, it just expands what I have access to in general. And I don't know what's good or anything there yet, because we don't know what's half the board is. So I've just been kind of like spreading everywhere. If I can't get someplace I feel comfortable, I can like make sure I get it locked in. I can go to a place I've already got one more time to like really solidify it. We got that all going. Oh, you're gonna be there for a while. Well, luckily I've got 4 lines now, so I can just leave that line tied up. Okay. Prison plan, loose screws. Alright, so you want politics. So let's go for the... We need to get another political reporter. That's just the reality, is I need a second political reporter. So... I'm trying to remember... For the week... Did we want to go slightly sensational? Is that what we're trying to do this week? Let's see here. Yeah, for this week, if I go a little bit on the sensational side, we get influence. So we want to go sensational for our angle. So what we can do here is I can't do anything with the politics yet. They're training. But what I can do is this is an informational one. But Frank here doesn't care and is going to make it a sensationalist thing anyways. So with this, so, Frank has changed it to prison plan on loose screws. Machines stay silent. Salaries don't, says the foreman. And we've nudged it sensationalist. Hey, hey, Knowles, how's it going? Good to see you. Alright, we're still waiting on Roland. You're already doing your thing over here. I still have one more line open. But it's looking like it's going to be a rough week so far as a lot of politics came in, which is because we prioritized it, which is fine. But like I said, it's very much looking like I need to get ourselves another reporter that's a political reporter. I might do that now. I have the money. I think it would be worth it to just grab ourselves another reporter and just lean them political. So we need someone who does politics. What is that? Cool Cat counters heat. Interesting. So I have to choose between you two. I don't really care about that one. I want you for your politics. So there you go. And we'll go to your stuff here. Do I have anything to boost politics around you? No, I don't. Literally, I don't. Alright, that's fine. And you, my friend, can get to work. A political puzzle. Mayors aim to make politics sever civic purpose? Not wholly understood. Okay, we got a crime one here. Okay. So, this is going to be a big article that has lots of stuff going on to it. But you can make stuff sensational. So I'm going to have you tackle... Oh, you can't tackle the crime side. How long till you're available? You'll be available soon. So Frank is going to take this side. Frank can't take that side. I can't spin this to my purposes, so we're going to have to do, honest reporting. You just finished the toxicity on PC, or so you thought. I guess you can terraform the system now, and that this has its own progression, so you're off to a new planet. Oh, yeah. No, so, with, the Planet Crafter, they've made it so all the separate planets you can do. So you can do, like, Prime and Toxicity and Selena, and I'm blanking on the other one, and Humble. So you can jump between all of them and bring your stuff back and forth. Those are the planets from, like, the previous DLC and updates, which is still fine. I mean, they're still, if you haven't done them, they're worth doing. It's more content. And for those who missed, we did finish the Toxicity DLC in the Planet Crafter yesterday. Now, granted, it does look like there's multiple endings, and we got the worst ending, but getting the best ending was, like, literally basically just, like, the way I could get the best ending is just to sit there and let it run now. It would just be a matter of time. And I could speed it up, but it didn't feel like where I wanted to put my time. We'll have Ella report on... Oh yeah, that's sensational already. We'll have Ella report on that. Which was... Contenders weight shake stirs talk. Camp secret about routine. Yeah, you should be finishing in a moment. Let's see, the solar system screens a whole bunch of unlocks based on, I guess, the terraforming index, which is kind of neat. Yeah, I'll have to look into that more. Maybe they've added more content that I've missed. I'm pretty sure it's you have to get a certain terraforming index, and then you can go to the other ones. And the big one were the moons. But I believe that was the moon update. I haven't looked at that screen in forever. Empire State opens. New York prepares to unveil the world's tallest skyscraper, with President Hoover set to switch to the tower on lights for Washington. At 1,250 feet, the Empire State Building will claim the crown as a modern ambition. Get ready, publisher. The news is about to raise above the clouds. Okay, so we need to drop what we're doing. I will ignore that for right now. So that is a scoop we can get. Alright, so if we get all three of these locked in before time runs out, all societal news gets double the sales. So looking at this, all of them have societal, and it is fine. So we're going to go ahead and pivot that to be sensational. And you're just going to grab that, and Rasheen is going to grab this. And we don't have to finish it before this time runs out, we just have to start it. So that means we will be on course to get that all locked in. Meanwhile, I have so much news here. In this case, you jump on it. I know you're doing your financial reports and all that, but... and then you are back here. Take care of that. Okay, Roosevelt honored for prison work. Empire State Building opens. Hoover switches on the lights. I don't have anyone I can assign to that. Gunfire at Harlan County. County dubbed Bloody Harlan. There's only 2 more things of the week. I have no one available to do anything with that right now. And you just came up, so Ella jumps on that. Pope Pius 74 today. Vatican flag raised in celebration. Yep, so we're finishing all those. Then you got the entertainment angle. So you got... Yeah, so Frank's about to become available. Because, you know, check out the solar system screen. It unlocks that go up to 5 Udicis T. Whatever that means. Alright, so with that, any societal news we do this week that we put in our newspaper will get double the sales. Gotcha. I might have to look at that. I'm not sure I'm ready to do, like, a whole extra set of streams kind of thing for it. We'll see. Okay, that's already sensational. You just go ahead and jump on that. Team dynamics fracture as feud goes public. Locker room tensions, controversial rift in basketball team. And you have finished your training to make a mountain out of a molehill. So what that means is if I put them on an individual story that just has one segment that is not like a split or anything like that, they'll take, I think it was twice as long, but it will guarantee itself a whole tier higher quality. And since we're getting through all the news with plenty of time, that feels like a good move. But yeah, I can check. If it's something that I take a peek at after stream, and it looks like something is like, oh, there's a lot here, that's worth covering, I could definitely see, like, maybe giving it a peek. Most likely, though, it probably won't. I imagine that's one of those ones where you go on the next planet and you just kind of repeat the process. To just give you the option to, like, you finished your run, you're like, oh, but I want more. They can go to the next one and do your more. We'll see. I didn't actually look into that at all. Because, like, they introduced the solar system screen. I can't remember, is with Humble or the Moon update. The idea that you'd go from one planet, you'd toss a bunch of stuff into a little rocket, take it to your new planet, and start anew on the new location. And then with the new planets, the moons, they did balance the moons around you doing that. Like, you could do the first moon without any of that stuff, but the second moon, they were like very clearly like, hey, make sure you bring your stuff here. This is not intended for you to land on this thing and just take off. You are expected to supply yourself. And then you can set up logistics between your planets. I never really bothered getting into that too much. It could be a thing to definitely benefit because some of the planets have certain things that are very short on versus others. But I don't know, I enjoyed taking the time to set up stuff on the individual planets. Yeah, it looks like, honestly, we're doing so efficiently with our news. We are getting through every article each week, just about. Like, I'll have like one or two that carries over that doesn't quite make it, just because I get it like the last day or so. But then they're available the next week. So I think what we need to do probably now is, I think we're at the stage I'm gonna need to get more space. That way I can. Well, actually, do I need more space? I might not need more space. What I could probably do is move this stuff down here. And I could probably just get rid of this wall and have the machine tether past the door. And then when we get another floor, I just move the equipment up again. But I need to get another machine in here. And I want to say that was up here? No, where was that? No, not you. A discount on coal? Oh, that's probably for a generator. That's for speeding up those things. There's somewhere around here. Alright. Did you find the huge underground area? Yes, I did. I did find that. Alright, so we want to lean onto the sensationalist side. Because if we lean that way, then we can go ahead and get that. Oh, it also looks like with these unlocking, I just had to be consistent with that for a little while. Alright, so for the purposes of satisfying the mob, I just have to do both these articles that are censorship. And for you, you want politics and unrest. So our best story this month is going to look like this one. It's got the most going on with it. It's got tragedy, it's got crime, it's got statements, unrest, finance. It is a higher quality. So all in all, that's about as good as it's going to get. So what we want to do now is get a couple of stories that are leaning sensationalist that we can tie in with that. So you're probably going to need to be on the other page, which means I'm not going to be taking full advantage. Yeah, let's plan that. So you're going to be here. And you'll get the bonus there. And you get a bonus here. And we can do, because I need the second article here. Now I need one that leans sensationalist that we could tie in. So this one will work, but we might be able to get better. Not really. It's looking like you're my best case here. So not a huge money paper, but it will get us our 5 influence, which is pretty big. It'll lean on the sensationalist side just enough to accomplish that. And it should satisfy. We've got our 2 instances of censorship that they want for the mob, which will give us an extra 500 and some more influence. I think that's a good one. We're going to get 7, probably 8 influence by the time it's done, because the district does... Ooh, hold please. I almost goofed. We need politics in here. Do I have a... Alright, well this is gonna cost us more money. Yeah, so it's not gonna make as much money, but that's fine. So we satisfied both of those. We've got the district sorted. So I should get out of that 8 influence. I'll get a new district. We'll get 500 from the mob. And then we'll get the extra 4,800 here. So that's going to be a pretty solid win. All right, 136,000 record sales. You can cage the singer, but not the song. So we got 2 things rewarded from Hidden Agenda. Oh, because I did it twice, I got... Huh, it says reward from Hidden Agenda 2 times. That's the spirit, publisher. Keep the heat off our backs and we'll keep this town well watered. Alright, so we're slowly getting the mob to like us a little bit more. Alright, there's another 5 influence. Okay, so this month I can do whatever the heck I want. Nothing I have to worry about here. Yeah, exactly. The mobsters are just taking good care of us. And our staffing costs are continuing to climb. Okay. Ah, so this is gonna be politics? Yeah, so this is where we can get our politic desk. Okay, so we have 14 influence now. So this place leans us towards societal. This is where we can get our stuff for better type. Oh, page module. Okay. Yep, it's time for 3 pages. I didn't realize I already had the place. Okay, so we don't have any of the factions asking anything from me right now. So I could choose any district I want. Looking at my list, I gotta see how, like, what's... So everything here I will be allowed to use for this week. So... Looks like 6 pages might be the cap, something like that. So just seeing where we can branch off of next. So we can get Greenville, which will get me access to the theater. Yeah, so let's go for Greenville, because we can guarantee that one. And I believe that'll give me access to the theater, and I think the theater might be the High Society, which would be a new faction we can pursue. Okay, so with the change of the week, we have entertainment. So we want to go to our list here, prioritize entertainment. Alright. So, we can probably make some stuff happen. I'm gonna start by shifting that wall on over. And shifting you over. And honestly, hold on to these for just a minute. Really snuggle those up. This is the room you go into to lose your hearing. Which is honestly not too far off of what that's actually like. Oh dear, it seems we're running out of available power soon. I have just the thing for it. It was part of your uncle's last business deal before he took off. And here it is. Industrial wallpaper. How does wallpaper help me with power? I think that was just like, you know, a bug error or whatever, like just some label didn't get quite the way it's supposed to. Alright, so needless to say, right now we're gonna have the problem of whoever goes up here is going to be super pissed because it is extremely loud up there. So we're gonna go ahead and slide these on down here. So sell this wall. Okay, let's check on all this. Yeah, so everything's fine, and then this room is utter misery. Because it is deafeningly loud, it is hot, it is awful, and it is not going to get resolved. So with that, we get a whole extra page now. So let's go ahead and unpause that. And we will order our paper. Meanwhile, what do you do? So you make it not as loud and not as hot. Sure. And the other wallpaper doesn't do anything. Oh, you're really expensive. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, we'll leave that alone. So we did get our printing room to be slightly less horrendously awful. You got accepted into internal testing of Star Miner. Looking forward to trying out. Nice. Yeah, no, as expected when she said there's going to be a thing that I was expecting a generator. Yeah, so we're looking for entertainment and gossip. Alright, so you got the politics. So none of this has a political spin we need to worry about yet. So Eleanor, you can take this half. Or Ella. It's Ella? Yeah, it's Ella. High Court backs press. Newspapers cheer wider freedom. And then Ronald to get that. Doesn't change anything. And then that'll get us access to last area. And then we don't really need to pivot it one way or the other. Let's actually check with the printing thing. Because, yeah, so they're all at 2. So basically I need to have like 3 days in a row that we go sensational to get that unlocked. Okay. So we can go for the entertainment angle. Right now there's not a whole lot to say about that one. I don't need you to swing the political message one way or the other, so you hit that one. A Free Soul premieres Shearer leads bold drama. I have a feeling I'm mispronouncing that name very badly. Okay. And we have the Senate stalemate economic gridlock. Alright, so all my political reporters are currently busy. When will the next one be available? 8 hours, 16 hours, 5 hours. Yeah, so we can report on this one. I could go for the next route. Okay, so we got societal. So right now with the societal, we just want a regular old report. We can drop you in there. We're not trying to spin it yet. World flight attempt begins. Post and Gady take off in Lockheed Vega, Winnie May. So 12, 1 hour. Yeah, so Elle will be back to go to U.S. Congress to check in on the economic gridlock. Then we decide, do we go and push the political angle towards the defeat and dirt and sensationalism, or unrest and economics? Oh, you can't do that. Never mind. Notorious Al Capone faces indictment. Well, we have significant development. Infamous gangster Capone finds himself in the crosshairs of the law. He will be indicated on a staggering 5,000 counts related to prohibition and perjury. The indictment, handed down by federal authorities, underscores the relentless pursuit for justice. Capone is one of the most notorious figures. We must report on this. Okay, so drop all that. That's not that. Don't worry. Where's Capone? There we go. So Capone. All right. So I'm not going to be able to spin this. Alright, so this is going to be a tricky one, because they only got 2 people who can even report on crime. So you're going to take the mobster route. Well, no, we'll take these 2 first. And the reason I'm doing that is in the event the mobsters show up, I want to see if we can't sneak in to get that going anywhere. Notorious, let's see, today's charges mark a significant step forward towards the fight against organized crime. Okay, and then we've got you. This one we want spun. So High Court backs press, affirming that prior restraint violated press freedom. You are going to work on the politics one there. Senate stalemate, economic gridlock, stimulus blocked in bipartisan rift. Okay, so all 5 stories are currently being worked on. How dare they? Our dear friend Al. I know, Al is an upstanding gentleman and a business owner, who we should not look into in any deeper amount than we already have. Like at all. Now, this is already going to give me 1 star that'll boost sales. We have the potential of boosting it to an even higher rating with Joe if I do another round. As soon as Joe gets back to his desk, I need to get him back on here because I've got just a little while left to try and report on it before we miss the opportunity. I'm hoping I can kick that up to 2 stars. And we'll see how much that multiplier matters. And then this will also double the sales on top of it. So we might be forced into a reporting on crime kind of week. Okay, so 2 mobsters got sent. And then we've got 2 quality stars coming in. Alright, Sir Security. You've gotten to enjoy not working for a while, and that needs to change. Alright, so Free Soul premieres. Let's go for the Stardom one. So you can take that. A Free Soul premieres, rising actor Clark Gamble gains attention. And then we got the World Flight Attempt. I am going to have you spin this towards being a sensational story. World Flight Attempts begins 8 days to return. Alright, so we're going to spin that to being an adventurous and inspirational story, and we're going to sensationalize the crap out of it. And then we have the stimulus gets blocked. So let's go ahead and... Everyone else who's good with, like, the finance... Oh, we need politics side of it for this one. That's fine. So we're gonna go ahead and get dirt and make it a defeat and all that. Senate stalemate, economic gridlock. We're being held hostage by old conservative ideas, says the senator. Ah, yes. Perfect. We are making things work. Alright, security just bullied away the last of the gangsters that showed up because they didn't like the story I did. Alright. So we have railroad income drops 20%. So honestly, we don't have anyone who's like dedicated finance. So I was gonna jump on that. A big decrease for all Class 1 lines. Do we unlock bulletproof windows? Do you see any windows on this building? You think I let my employees stay outside? It's just for their safety. And so no one can report our egregious violations of any and all legal code. Building smells extra of sadness. Especially considering if it was fully enclosed and you had this giant printing press just churning away upstairs. Just how incredibly hot and disgusting the inside of the building would get with all manner of paper dust and everything. If you didn't have allergy problems before, you're gonna have some kind of breathing problem in that building. Don't you worry. Okay, we got a financial one. Alright, well, nope, you're gonna go ahead and spin that financial one to be sensationalist. Golden Umbrella. New umbrella sells for a dime. Yeah, ink dripping on their heads. Every time they use their old spray cleaners and all that, it just is in the building. Complete with like their bug and rat poisoning for dealing with any infestations. Alright. Radio becoming household necessity. Honestly, in this particular case, we got lots of time. I'm gonna have you spin that to be a sensationalist. Boxer accuses opponent of sneaking in extra arms. Huh? Okay, so this is our first opportunity to use the mountain out of a molehill. This will add more time onto it. but it will also, you know, give all sorts of benefits, and it jumps it up to 2 stars. It knows radios will kill our business? Exactly. There's a reason why we're sensationalizing it. We're gonna warn people about the evils of radio. We've absolutely become like a ridiculous tabloid mob propaganda piece. We are solidly paid for. I know where my money comes. It's the 1930s, and the answer is the mob. Okay, so you're gonna jump on this one because it's just a straightforward article. High school plagued by Protestant demonstration against evolution theory. Demonstrators are saying Brian's book is bringing hell to high school. Yep, it is. It's the 1930s. '30s were definitely, you know, very, very hot with a bunch of this. Oh, good. Al Capone locked up. If I report on this one, I get 2 influence points, and it's a hot one. Get on it, Regina. Don't wait. Get this thing done. Okay, so we got our other one with that. I'm gonna bump that up on the priority list, because that's gonna be a hot one we want. We could be boring and informational. Yeah, why report on real news when we can just make up stuff and exaggerate? To be fair, we've only properly lied in our newspaper like twice now, which is a thing. You can, well, I mean, I guess it depends on how you feel about a red herring. A red herring is a lie, but it's a misdirection, versus we did have the option to just overtly lie twice. That it was just one of those things that the mob was like, hey man, like, there's this report coming out we don't like, we can't stop it, we just need you to fill the newspaper with lies. And we censored some things. Yes, we did censor some things. We deliberately took stories about speakeasies and twisted them to be not about speakeasies. So like in one sense, well actually not about, we sat there's like one where there had been all these speakeasies, and it was just like, what speakeasies? We're hearing all this talk about speakeasies, but we don't see any evidence. All right. So yeah, we got ourselves in our Telegram station, and we're still getting through every bit of news each week now. We haven't even hit Sunday. We're gonna have like a whole day where our people are just gonna stand around because there's nothing left for them to do. We've already newsed all the news. I mean, I guess at this point. There we go. Oh right, this is during Prohibition in the US. Yes. Okay. So the big piece for the day is notorious Al Capone faces indictment. And that's like a 2-star story. It is on a hot topic. It's got lots of flags going on for it. It's good stuff. And then we can immediately follow that up by having more about Al Capone right there on the front page. Why does all my news have to be left-leaning? Or, I keep saying left because it's physically on the left. Why does all our news need to be, you know, it's fine. Ooh. So that's an interesting curiosity. Okay. Because what I could do is on the back, put the court report and the previous court report on there, and grab the Al Capone locked up one, and move that down here to the 2-time spot. That'll multiply on all of those. And then from here, what do I actually need? So I need entertainment and gossip. We're gonna have a little bit of a weird news week here. So we have the free souls that gives us entertainment. This front page is garbage, is what this front page is gonna be. You might actually be a better tie-in here. I mean, that gives me 2 influence, and the influence does have a lot of value. Just look at what they did to my whole boy Al. Yup. Right, so I need the gossip. And I got, well, I mean, this is a 2-star. We're not getting any multipliers on it, but at least it's a 2-star, so it's 1,000 sales. We will have that, so that'll satisfy everything for the district. That gets me an extra influence. It is kind of a shame that, like, everything here is... Because the reason I did it like this was as trying to avoid competing with the other one there. So we are slightly on the sensational side. There's no way I don't report on Al Capone, though. A 2-star quality that is a risky thing and, like, a hot topic that gets double the sales. Nah. That's all pushing it to happen. What if we went this way? Let's check something. If I move Al Capone up here, and then I move you down here, so we're at 3,375. Get rid of the multiplier. But it's just a much better article, and it pushed us barely into sensational. Does that tie in with you anywhere? No. Oh, right. I have a 3rd page now. We did do that thing, didn't we? Okay. Alright, never mind. Go back down there. Okay. Let's get the other court report. So we get those multipliers. We have a 3rd page. It's looking like this is my juiciest piece otherwise. So we'll get the one here. Alright, so we don't have any more education items. So we're looking for hope, politics, or society. So this one gives me hope and society. This one gives me the politics and all that. I think that is a tolerable quality piece. So our front page is a hot mess. If we're being honest here, like, none of these are related to anything. We just took a bunch of completely unrelated things that are high quality and put them together. The 2nd page is just screaming crime. And then the 3rd page is a mix of society and politics. Okay. And then honestly, if I had another page, I could have done a finance page. Okay, so I think that's pretty good. 5,200. Let's roll it. All right, 173,000 papers sold. New record. Okay. And we gained an influence from that. Okay, so we want to lean hard onto the sensationalist side to get whatever that reward is. And then the next one we want to do very moderate. Okay. Alright, so we now have access to high society. So I know my father used to walk these docks. Built an empire, crate by crate, coin by coin. Evening, boss. Usual shipment, clean, unmarked. Army doesn't know, but they'd sure be interested. This is my old friend Rob, real blue-collar guy. Rob deals in steel. Deals the deed, money's done. I need to focus on the economy this print. No negativity. I'm all about the honest trade. Don't want to give any of them good Samaritans a reason to go sniffing around my docks. Okay, so print economy the most, avoid printing alarming or unrest. Let's wait to deal with that, and let's see what high society wants. Darling, over here? No, don't dawdle. I'm only between the trains of revelations. Have you seen the newsstands lately? Shouting match pamphlets and tabloid tantrums? Apparently, spectacle now passes as substance. You're not the only one chasing sales anymore, and some of these upstart rags will print anything to beat you to it. Let's not allow noise to drown out nuance. Maybe start leaning a bit to informational side and let Jersey Beacon go to the sensational news pieces. Hey, how you doing, mob? You won't believe what these other people want me to do. Alright, so no unrest, no alarming, no arrest, no alarming, lots of economy. Okay. Yeah, so gossip's fine. So no unrest or alarming. And we want economy. Does anyone here have a desire? So we can go this way. So Newark is an option. That's entertainment, not economy. But that's fine. Because none of the areas we'd expand into want economy. We could also go for... We could, go for the East Village of the hopeful economy and triumphant. There's definitely something to say about that. Yes, a society and inspiration. Well, I have 3 pages. Let's go for Newark. Let's keep expanding. And this will be the point where I'd be able to start expanding into enemy territory. We'd also get the art gallery, which I don't know what that's going to get us. Alright, so we're going to start by going... I want economy as a priority, and I want society as a priority. We got that locked in. We will need to buy more paper. I have 8 influence. I got $3,000. Is there something else I want to build right now? Probably not. Our reporters are entirely keeping up on their own with, no additional assistance. We're not really hurting to buy anything new for any of our desks. And I can't get another one of these machines until I spend enough influence. I think it was something like 14 or 16 influence to get another page. Which I don't think we have quite enough throughput to do 4 pages reliably. I think we could once in a while do 4 pages. But consistently, I don't believe so. Well, we'll start with the economy. Ooh. Really high influence on this one. So I'm gonna start with you. You're gonna give that that old paper a little bit of a spin. And then we have the one here. So right now we're going to have... Well, actually, Ella will jump on this one because I'm going to need Frank to be available to spin that one. So child rescue cow pulled out of a ditch with a rope. We also had... That's the one I just went over. Cold winter drives winter apparel. Business in coats, both men's and women's, was the best number of weeks. And then we got crime, so we don't want to do this one. This one has alarming. And they were very clear that the mob does not want to have a discussion about alarming right now. So we can go ahead and chuck you on here. Alright. They're bringing the paper upstairs. We got everything going otherwise. We got another economy one. Ah, it's an economy that is alarming. So if I report that, they will be mad. So even though they want me to do that, if I post any alarming stuff, they're going to be mad. So this one we're going to literally just chuck in the bin. We're going to not look at it any farther. Because it also leaves that line open to keep getting me more news options. Economy and alarming is a combo that we're getting to this day. Yeah, no, economy and alarming is a pretty standard practice. Alright, so we got our spells... You know, a news article here, greater order ad shift. Now, this is informative. So we're going to go ahead and do this and make it not informative, but instead make it sensational. We need more roads. We need more roads fast, says federal operator. So we're pivoting. Okay, I have no one available to take care of this right now. We do want Frank or Jason to take this one because it is an inspirational piece. Whatever. Informational piece. So I definitely need someone who can spin that to be sensational. This one's already sensational. You're about to be back. We're just going to wait till you're back, and we're going to go ahead and have you report on this one. Oh, I'm paused. I was like, man, it's taking Regina a while. Yeah, when time's not moving, it does tend to take people who are not moving a while to reach their destination. Come on, Regina. You can drop it off. I deliberately have the typeset desks right there by the entrance. Scheming stops stifling. Cleveland's new municipal stadium readies for its first spectacle. The Max Schmeling defends the heavyweight crown against the young Sterling. Jeez, I can't do these names. Tens of thousands are expected to pack the stands for the 15-round clash. Get someone on the ringside. History may be written in a one-fight night. Alright, so we got that paused. We do have urgent news. So we do this. Sports news is going to... Actually, society news gets a bonus. Okay. Well, I happen to have people available who could just jump on that right now. We got that one locked in. And then meanwhile, you need to have a spin person on you, so we're going to wait to do you. We need a spin person on that one. Okay, so... And you wanted what news that's the most? Economy. So prioritize the economy news here. You are available now, so spin her on over. Make that sensational. And then you are getting to your desk, so we can spin that to sensational. Because we want to go full sensational this week. There is a unknown item I will get for being full sensational this week. So, you know, let's make that happen. I also should go back to that last one I just set and see what the article was titled. Alright. Children awarded a Medal of Courage for rescuing a cow. That's adorable. Cold winter drives winter apparel. Warm underwear, most sought after commodity. Fair enough. Schmeling stops Stribling. Max Schmeling lands decisive blow in the 15th. And Warehouse Blaze sparks economic woes. We found traces of malicious intent, says company director. We got a lot of news coming in this week. I hope that unknown item is not just another lawsuit. Alright, so this is an economy one, so we want it, but unfortunately it's informative. So we are going to need to spin it. Alright, this week's hot topic is society. Okay, you can't spin the story. We need Jason Warwick. A man knows how to spin a story. And honestly, with our people wanting stuff, why is it all informative? I need my spinsters to be able to take care of this. Okay, so Jason can take that one and Frank can take this one. So Frank is about to be available. He can spin this story. Spin the story. Well, that's interesting. So it's got a left and a right arrow. We'll just see where this goes. So go ahead and we'll have you hop on this part. Maybe it'll become like a neutral story at the other side. Okay, so Jason will be available in a minute. I keep getting so like lost in the like, okay, I gotta spin this here. I stopped reading the articles because some of those titles are fun. Some of them are utterly depressing too, but you know, it's the news. That just be how the news be. Alright, so Jason's gonna spin this one. Minneapolis prestige at stake. As Minneapolis aviation boosts about creating the fastest airplane. And we got a new wanted poster. And the Common Law premieres, featuring Bennett's matchless performance. Okay, we've already got those all sorted out, so there's only 6 more stories for the week. We did get a crime poster. Let's go here. Put the wanted poster up by my dad's picture, as you do. And then we can go down to here and get a second wanted poster. And plunk it there. Alright. Got a crime piece here. Okay. We do not want alarming. There is no alarming allowed. But finally, we can have just a straightforward, it's already sensational. Mad Dog Cole, child killing. 5-year-old Michael Vengali was fatally shot. That's just big sad. Okay. So you do not want me to print the unrest story. That might be a good story. How many stories do we have? We have 4 left for the week. I think we're going to let that story sit there with the intent of grabbing it on the way out of this week, so I got stories lined up for next week. Because I only got 4 stories left. I'm going to wrap these up soon. Okay, so you're already sensationalist. Let's drop you here. We don't need to spin you. Yeah, and that just wipes out whether it's sensationalist or informative entirely. That's kind of what I was figuring. So it's good to know in the future that if I'm just trying to get stuff split. Oh, and we should take that. Novel reissued featuring Bennett on its wrapper. So that opens up that one. And then these other two are wrapping up now. Oh, there's two sides of the story. So I wish I could kind of cancel that one out. There's got to be a way to be like, hey, I don't want to pursue the other half of this story. I already got what I want. Because right now that's going to keep that line open. Close the line of communication. Let's see what happens with that. Gotcha. Okay, so for future notice, I just treat it like I don't care about the story at all, and it'll just disconnect to cancel out the one part. Because if I would have taken the other part, I wouldn't be able to run it this week because it'll be alarmist, and mob won't like that. And then on top of that, it would also, you know, make it have less of a sensationalist swing. Alright. So, long-standing manhunt ends. We'll grab that. It's like, if we do it, it's going to have to go and put on one of the areas so don't spout. Law enforcement finally apprehends notorious gangster. Okay. And right now, there's no spin to it, so you can just go ahead and take it. Foreign failed at neighborhood. Neighborhood leader. This is bad. Okay. Fair. There's 2 more stories going to be available this week, and then that'll be that. I'm curious completely how out of hand this can get. How much does my next floor cost? 10,000? 7,500. Because, yeah, that'll be the next thing I need to do more, is I'll have to go up 1 floor. I mean, really, I can actually just buy the next printing piece when we have the influence. Like I said, I don't think that's my next move, though. I think the problem is if I bought that next printing segment, I would struggle to fill it up. And that would be a pretty big problem to deal with. So it looks like we're going to have 1 politic and 1 sports thing. Okay, so this one's already good, and we got our person that gets a bonus for reporting on stuff like that, so we're going to drop you in there. Hoover's public perception. President's approach to the Depression faces scrutiny. So we boost the quality of the piece. And like I said, I'm deliberately going to grab this one at the end. To where I know they're not going to finish it too far in advance. Okay, and we've got you available. Let's just get you to jump on that immediately. Pitcher trade talks world. Club denies rumors. Alright, we'll have, once we get here, we'll have them start working on it. Because we're already halfway into Saturday, so that should be plenty of time. Hoover withdraws Nevada lands for Naval Ammunition Depot, expanding federal defense infrastructure. Alright. So with that, we got plenty of society stuff, some inspirational. And then on top of that, we've got tons of economy, and we can completely dodge the unrest topic entirely. But the big thing is I have to have finance as my main thing, and no unrest or alarming. And then the others we just have to include. Yeah, like the zigzag on these rollers is interesting to me. I've not looked at the details in all the printing press. I assume that's one to like give like the paper a bit more length and to avoid having the paper like really flap around kind of thing. By having it with the rollers, you can keep it like a full length. That's one of the things, like if you ever see like a conveyor belt going, if it's very small and snug, the whole belt stays tight. But as it gets longer, it has more opportunity for sag, so you have to have more and more tension to prevent that. I imagine it's the same idea with these rollers, is by having all those different pivot points, you don't have that paper sag there. Because, you know, newsprint ain't exactly sturdy paper either. Alright. So we got a whole lot of goodies in here. So this... So we're definitely going to want to have our cover story have some good stuff. So that's an old one. This is a pretty good one here. The crime investigation one. Yeah, so I think we go with the crime investigation as our leading story about the warehouse blaze. This will give us the inspiration one that we need. So it's also a society thing. So we've got everything we need for that. And right now it's unhappy that we haven't printed the economy the most, but that's okay. And we'll get ourselves a little bit more inspiration here. That's our cover story, that's our moneymaker. So now, I need finance as much as we can make happen. Which is looking really bad in hindsight. Okay, we don't have a lot of finance. So we can pop down here, there's a finance story. We got another finance story here we can lean on. We got a stale finance story there. So yeah, we got a last page. So right now, society and finance are tied. So I'm going to need to sneak in one more finance story. Ooh, actually, go back a page. Well, all three of those have the exact same things. Let's not mess with that. We can grab you to go all the way over there. So I can get the cold water one that gives me influence. Endgame be like, some trips on the sidewalk, news, our city is threatening safety and taking away people's freedom of movement. Exactly. You know what's up. So with that, we want to stay... Right now we're good on everything. We just need to not do a society piece. So right now we have statistics and finance. We don't have anything else financial left that I want to run, if I can help it. This is an interesting one, because that's the unveiling. That's got a silver tag to it. It's actually tricky to tie any of these into each other. Yeah, it's a tricky one to tie in. So I'm wondering if I shift that one to the left here, we probably won't get the same multiplier, but that would allow me to get a multiplier of unveiling on this one, and then our last one could be like entertainment. I don't have a second entertainment, so never mind. That won't be what happens. So we plunk you down. And plunk you down. So with that, nothing is alarming or unrest. We have economy as our primary reported thing. We do have both inspiration and society presented. So all in all, there's only one negative tag in the whole piece, which is that article is old. Looks like you don't have enough paper loaded. Bottom left. I don't see that. Current paper, required paper. Oh. Why don't they have more loaded? I mean, we're just gonna have to run it. It is what it is. I can't fix it right now. Well, we're gonna run it. But it is looking like we're gonna have to figure out why we didn't have enough paper in there. Can you manually load it? I don't think I can load it while I'm on that screen. 168,500? Stock market is going up. I don't know about that. So we made solid money. We could have had more sales is what the implication is. Nah, that's a good publisher. The city sees honest work and keep our business running smoothly. New readers' interest. Risk buzz. Politics poster. Okay, so the next one we want to be moderate. Okay, so velvet gloves in hand. Well, look, if it isn't Manhattan silk, Brooklyn stone. What do we owe you the honor, Lady Wellworth? Mr. Riggio, I host Soares. You move crates, and yet here we are, both shaping the city in our own peculiar ways. Lady, the city doesn't run on velvet and ideals. It runs on favors, quiet ones, consistent ones. I've heard your people are feeding families, soup kitchens, shifts at the docks. Not all of it pretty, but it's keeping roofs overhead. Gotta keep the engine running, sweetheart. What do you want help? Tell your paper friend here to say so. Print a little goodwill, huh? I'm not proud of this arrangement, but I care about these laborers. If reaching those families means crossing a line or two, I'll tread lightly. Takes two to tango. After you, my lady. Okay. We need to print at least one thing for high society. If we accept that one. And that one, we gain reputation with high society with no negatives. Alright. If we go with the mob, we need to print one lie and we will get a little bit of influence for every lie. And we go with the church. Print on Sunday before 6 a.m. Get out of here. I will take the easy victory. Is there a max paper can load? That's what I gotta check, is once we get back to that screen, if I can tell them to, like, put more paper in it or something. Okay, so we don't have any types of stuff I have to report specifically. We could make Hoboken happen. That one I can't. Well, actually I can, because you... Yeah, your next segment was an alarm piece. So we can make Lyndhurst happen. We'll get Lyndhurst on the list. I have 19 influence. So with the 19 influence, I can go to Columbia University here, and we can get our stock index. And that'll let me generate financial articles. And then we could get another telegraphing station. I don't think I need that yet. We can start pursuing getting societal stuff generating. I think that'll be my next move for now. Okay, so at 10, I'll get the societal stuff generating. Okay, so let's check what's going on here. So, flip you over. Huh. You know what I think we're at? I think we're at the point that one delivery of paper isn't enough. So, large delivery. And a second large delivery. I think we just got to the point I have to buy more paper per cycle. Okay, so we're gonna potentially be risking some unrest. Hey, Jerry, you seem expendable. I also, yeah, so we already have the... I don't have alarm piece queued up. Oh, that's not what I wanted to see. Right, so we're looking for a moderate week this week. Because we just unlocked the next thing. Because what I realized... Oh, right, we have stuff unlocked. I apparently have a lot of stuff unlocked. Let's see here. So we got our political poster. Can I make you happen over here? No. We also got this. So you're for society. So you just give me one for society, so that's not really that helpful. I forgot we got the baseball bat like forever ago, too. So we can boost the sports there. Boost the sports here. Alright, so we got all that sorted. And we got our stock index. Okay. I need you to all to get real cozy in here. It's about to get a lot more claustrophobic. Someone's not gonna like their change in arrangements. So go ahead and shove a wall in here. That's just because they have a bunch of those panels to spare. Okay, so with that, we got ourselves, you know, a little area up here. Now let's me shift you over here, and you can have your political poster for right now. Alright, now we can go to our reporting desks and get our stock index. Okay. So you're resilient. You recover faster. Sure, it's what I got. Yeah, and you can also do politics as a backup in a pinch, because we've been short on political reporters. Okay, so we can go down here, and we've got our bonus things for reporting. So we got our politics one. There we go, we got the election map and all that for our political person. And what else do you do? So you do politics, entertainment, and finance. So we can go here. Or sorry, economy. So you got your stuff. Alright. So that's what we got helping you out. As far as comfort goes, we're getting to the point that I'm going to need to chuck a trash can under there so you don't make a mess. Trash can under here so you don't make a mess. And I think we're probably in... Oh, wait. Nope, we're not quite there. You need your own clock. Can I take a plant down there? That would have been nice. Well, I guess I could put a plant on your desk. You know what? Why not? You three can have plants in your desk to take up that last spot. Okay, let's go up here to our reporting goods. Make sure everyone's got everything worthwhile. So, globes. You've all got globes on your desk. Good for you. No room for more world map. Crime-wise, you've already got your book. You've got your reels. There's nowhere for me to fit another wanted poster up here. So we're good with all that. We have the economy. We already got those in place. Entertainment. We can chuck a poster up there. Scooch over there. I might be able to sit stuff over there. Politics, you're fine. Society would be nice, but that's not going to fit. We already had the globe. Yeah, that one I don't see using. That's fine. And then finally, sports. Okay, so I got all the... We got all the bonuses I can realistically get them, I think. Okay, so basically the big change we did is we shoved our workers back up here. Yeah, so the big difference I was seeing is it looks like this time I need to order 2 rounds of paper per week. That one is not enough. Which is a bit of a bummer. Right, so what we're even doing? So we want alarm, retreat, politics, and she wants us to put 1 piece that's for high society. And we're looking for moderate news this time. So we're going to deliberately avoid the sensationalist spin nonsense we've been doing. We want something that's a bit more in between. So this one you can spin because it's got 2 informational, and so we'll have 1 sensational to like kind of level it out a bit more. Because what we're trying to do is at the end land it roughly in between. Okay, so you have the high society, and that will be a sensational piece. So we're going to need to go with a political angle. And yes, the political angle is going to be you. That's my only choice. Oh, we should be reading what these are. Lone Lift's Monarch works. 2nd shift hired. We've already got the Hoover withdrawal thing. That was already read. And we have Mafia families divide opinions. Help for the laborer. Okay, and one thing I'm going to go ahead and do, chat, is just get a feel for things. I'm going to go ahead and put up a poll and just see what people kind of want to see what's going on for like the rest of the stream. Let's go. What are we doing now? If we want to keep seeing News Tower, I'll keep that on the list. And I'll put up Can't Stop Rory, which is sort of a start. Like, when I say start, it's more like a survival. I don't think it's survival, but a crafter, but kind of in that same rights. Or I'll have one more on the list of Moonlighter 2. And so I'm just putting up a quick little poll here, just trying to get like a vibe check, how people are feeling about the game. Basically going, do you want to see more News Tower, just keep going with what we got going on? Do you want to see Moonlighter 2, which is sort of a dungeon crawler with like a thing where you run the shop in between that just came out a couple days? And then Camp Stop Rory, it's not a survival crafter, it's kind of a crafter. It's like sort of Stardew, sort of crafter. It's kind of hard to explain, but we'll get that going on there. Just kind of see what people's thoughts are. It's just one of those things I tried to like gauge what, you know, people's feelings are about stuff. So we have politics, defeat, and alarmist. So if I don't have anyone available right now. I would say if we get that, we can probably balance them out. But yeah, so just trying to get that feeling real quick, because it is one of those things that like a lot of times when, you know, it's a quiet evening, that kind of thing, so far as, you know, how like, most people on Twitch lurk, and that I always want, like, absolutely welcome, but when chat is, like, particularly quiet, it's just one of those things to be like, okay, like, are people just hanging out to hang out, or are they actually enjoying the game kind of thing? It can be a little hard to sometimes gauge it. And it's good to get that feeling, because of, like, you know, if your audience isn't resonating with the game, then it's good to be like, okay, let's pivot into something that's going to resonate more, or at least try something different. Alright, so we're going to go ahead and get Ronald here to jump in on the high society thing, because that's the one thing I need to do, is I need to publish one high society piece for 2 influence. Mafia families divide opinions, stepping in where the government fails. Nice. Meanwhile, we don't want to spin this. So you're resilient, but you're working the desk. Earthquake strikes with unprecedented force, the magnitude of a story. The most powerful earthquake ever recorded happened this morning in Texas center near Valentine. The tremors lasted 72 seconds and turned the town upside down. We should send some reporters to document the disaster. I'm sure it'll rock our readers. Let's see, I've got you up on the TV, but all 3 of these options would be delightful. Yeah, no, that's the thing. It could absolutely be that people are just vibing and lurking. 100%, that, like I've said a bunch of times, that is absolutely a-okay and 100% supported, recommended, whatever you want to go with your terms. Okay. So this is a curiosity. Because we can potentially have this go a lot of ways. I am going to have you do the report on the sensational side, or on the not sensational side, and you're going to do it this way, so that we can get it to be neutral at the end. It started a little after 5:30 a.m. and began as a tremble. So we'll get that going. We don't really have anyone available to deal with that. How many more news articles? We have 12. Okay, well, I want that to happen. Yeah, we'll grab you off your desk and have you take that. Is lurking moving your base. You finally built the end game base inside the large underground cavern. But there wasn't any terrain above ground that was appealing. Yeah, no, absolutely. Like if people are just lurking and chilling and vibing, 100% a-okay. It's just when, you know, it's a little quiet, it's good to be like, hey, you know, how you feeling? You feeling good? Feeling not good? It could be definitely a thing. Because it can be one that, you know, people aren't vibing with the current game. It can also just be that, you know, people are like, new game dropped, new league launched, whatever. So people are, you know, because most of the time as a content creator, you're someone else's background noise. You know, them being an active participant is only a subset of people. It's a vibe kind of night, it seems. Yeah, no, and absolutely no problem whatsoever. But that's kind of why I was just doing the little vibe check, seeing where people sat. Because, like, it's one of those things that, like, solidly I put up that post and, like, it went solidly one way or the other way. You're like, okay, you know, I can read the room. Alright, so we've got this story over here. I don't need to spin it either way. Let's go for the neutral outcome on this one. Well, I mean, that does give the tragedy. Oh, I can't do that side. Right, because it's politics on the bottom. Yeah, we'll do it that way. Oh, let's actually read that out. Bathers drown in rivers. Citizens need to be more educated about swimming dangers. That's still true today, unfortunately. There are a lot of people... Okay, cool. We tied it up, of course. This is still Twitch. Alright. Well, what I might do in that case is normally when it ties, I'll stick to the game I'm playing. I'm enjoying this for the record. What I might do is I might give... You ended up... Oh, I mean, that's totally fine. If it's a natural tie, it's a natural tie. There's, like, being a tie isn't inherently wrong. It's when people, like, do that thing where they deliberately go back and forth to try and tie it. That's the only thing. You guys don't stop, Rory wins. Yeah, so what I think I'm going to do is normally when we have a tie, a lot of times I'll stick with what I'm doing because that's easier for me as a content creator. But in this particular case, I'd like to also check out Moonlighter 2 while it's fresh. So I think what we'll do is we'll probably pivot over to Moonlighter 2 for a bit, and see what we think, because if it ends up being one of those games that people are like, okay, we've checked it out, not for me, that's still information that's useful for you to consider later. And it also means, like, when we do the next stream, we're like, hey, what are we playing? Moonlighter, News Tower, something else. It means I have that information. Like, if Moonlighter pops in and just people are like, nah, man, this is not my thing, that's fine. It also could be people get super excited by it. But what we'll do is we'll go ahead and save this. I'm down to play more of this. It is one of those things with these types of games, it can be a little tricky because a lot of times they're slow enough that it can be hard to stream, but I feel like with the history angle of what's going on, and like these factions and all that, it makes it a lot more playable on stream versus if we compare it against Sim Tower. Like, Sim Tower is real rough to stream because there's not an outside pressure of any kind. There's not this juggle you're doing. You just go, my people need food, there's a restaurant. My people need entertainment, there's a theater. My people need this. And so it can be fun to play, but from the watching perspective, you just kind of go through the motions after a while. So with that said, if you're watching over on YouTube, the stream will drop for a minute. Though over here on Twitch, that won't be a thing. But yeah, so you can go ahead and do that. And I'm gonna go ahead and get that switch over, because I think that'd be good. I've had a lot of people ask for Moonlighter in the past,